EddieBoy94 said, "Welcome to Aretisia."
Hello? Hello, hello. So, this is actually a stream that I wanted to do, or rather that I planned, since all the way back in, December. This stream was originally supposed to happen in January, but then we moved, so I wasn't able to do it because we didn't have internet for all of January. Then I was going to do it in February, but I kind of got held up with other stuff that I wanted to do in February instead. And then I was thinking about it like a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, I should probably get around to doing this stream at some point before I forget and never get around to doing it, and then I die. So this is the stream, opening up with a grim reminder of mortality. As I tend to do. I don't tend to do, but thank you.
Jordan_STS has subbed for 30 months.
30 months. That's over 2 years. Wow.
You managed to get the stream in mere days before you die.
Yeah, mere days before I die. I'm gonna die in like 6 days. Speaking of, there is actually a new video that is dropping next week. It's been finished for weeks already. It's just that it's been delayed a little bit. So there will be a new video next week. Anyway. So, Aretisia, this goes back a long way. So, I've talked on stream before, I think I've showed on stream before the very, very first things that were kind of the origin of this. Like, years ago now. I've done it like twice, I think, on stream. Where the very first thing that existed was in Kagafar the Great Quest, which was a very shitposty, terrible RPG Maker game. And the reason...
Plampukarm.
The reason that I made that was because I wanted to learn how RPG Maker works, and I made that back in like 2010. I was like either 10 or 9 at the time. Over the next few years after that, I did try to make something a bit more serious, a bit more of an actual game that never came out, and kept running into various issues. Mostly looking back on it, it was due to poor planning and like time management. I would come up with one idea that I thought was cool, and then I would add that, and then I would think, oh, actually, I want to do this, and then I would do that, and then there would be a lot of concepts that wouldn't ever go anywhere. So in 2016, so the last iteration of me constantly doing that
said,
was in 2014.
Reminds me of a certain developer.
I officially stopped that in 2014 because I was like, this isn't going anywhere, I'm just going to drop this and do other stuff for a bit. So I did do that, and then in 2016, I think I was just bored one day, so I was like, you know what, I kind of want to try and bring this back again. I'm gonna start by creating a design document this time, so that I actually have a plan and know what I'm doing. And then I spent like a day or two just writing that up and like planning out stuff like a basic plot, some features that I wanted, and that was kind of it. And then that was it. Again, I just kind of stopped there. That was where I left it. A couple years later in 2018, after I left school, I was kind of just going through my Google Drive stuff, and I was like, oh, I found the design document, and I was like, oh, cool, this is interesting. I'm gonna look at this, and then I looked at it, and I was like, some of this I like, some of this I don't like. So I rewrote bits of it, and then I thought, fuck it, why don't I actually make this? And like, I already had from like 2010 to 2014, like 4 years on and off of like RPG Maker knowledge. I had the origins of a design document ready to go. I was like, I can probably make something out of this. 6 years later. It took 6 years. And to be fair, it wasn't 6 years of like constant working on it. It was 6 years of like on and off. Like, oh, I'm gonna spend some time working on this today. I'm gonna spend some time working on this today. Oh, I want to spend like a month doing, like, putting work into this. And it was just kind of like on and off, just like from 2018 up until last December. It got chipped away at very gradually and very slowly.
After 6 years of development, hopefully it would have been worth the wait.
I'm not convinced. You see, after 6 years of working on something like this, you're not convinced. Like, I feel like it's pretty realistic to maybe lose a bit of faith in what you're doing, and like think, is this even good? Because like I'm really not sure either. It's niche. I'll give it that. It's definitely niche. Because in 2022 or 2023, I don't remember what year it was, I decided, right, I need to get this shit done because it's been like 4 or 5 years already and I just want to get this fucking thing out and done. So I kind of like, I started speeding up on it a bit and I
To be fair,
asked...
all felt the same way right before Payday 2 launched.
and I started actually asking people to like playtest it. So there was a private thread in my Discord server for a long time, which was just for like playtest stuff and like test builds and stuff like that. And that private forum is still there. Like I can still look at it and like go back to all the old stuff. But yeah, the actual playtests were mostly done through VC screen sharing, and I would just watch. I tried my best to not like interject at all unless people really got stuck. Like if they had absolutely no idea what they were doing, or if they just genuinely couldn't figure something out, I would explain it to them. And I learned a lot. I learned a lot from that. Like, for example, there were quite a few things that weren't particularly intuitive. There were a lot of things that seemed obvious to me but weren't obvious to other people. And the big thing that I learned was the difficulty. A surprising amount of people like actually really struggled with it, and I was genuinely surprised with that. In all fairness, the earlier builds weren't particularly well balanced. I think a lot of the like enemy stats in those early playtest builds, a lot of the enemy stats in those early builds were just kind of picked almost at random. I just kind of picked something that seemed right and then just went with it and just kind of went, if this is horribly broken, let me know, I'll fix it. And there were a lot of enemy stats that needed tweaking that way. Player stats didn't really change all that. The player stats were a lot more subtle. Some of the enemies received huge reworks.
Jordan_SDS said, yes.
Yeah. So there were a lot of enemy stat changes, especially early on, until they were like more fine-tuned and, you know, actually playable. There are still some enemies in the final game that are kind of like a huge difficulty spike, but that's because they're more intended to be a difficulty spike than anything else. If you just play through the game along the like main path, you shouldn't have any like major difficulty. There will be some points where it gets harder for like boss fights and stuff, but outside of those points, it shouldn't be like a major difficulty spike at any point. If you do the side content, that is where the difficulty spikes tend to be because it's optional stuff, and I felt, okay, with the optional stuff I can go a bit more crazy. But yeah, a lot of the optional stuff requires you to like have very specific item usage, or spell usage, or stuff like that. But if you just play along the main path, it shouldn't be hard. It shouldn't be exceptionally hard, anyway. So again, something that I did learn from these playtest sessions, is that there were some people who just really didn't know what they were doing, and like, I don't want to shame them or anything, but like, they very clearly
#double
were bad at the game. And it was at that point that I decided, okay, I'm not going to balance for everyone. I need to have a lower bar. I need to have a standard. So that is where me saying it's kind of niche comes from. Because if you are bad, you will not get very far through it. If you are at least somewhat competent, you can probably get through the whole game just fine. As long as you don't make, like, stupid builds that are completely incoherent, or anything like that, you should be fine.
It's not even if you're bad. It's if you're stupid.
But yeah, so there were a lot of things that changed, because like I said, 6 years, that's a long time, and a lot of stuff from the beginning to the end did not make it. Or it did make it, but in a very modified, very different form to how it was originally envisioned, or how it was originally implemented. Like I said, enemy stats, they underwent like a complete rework at one point. Player stats even underwent a complete, like pretty much every stat in the game received a major rework. Because there was one point where every stat was basically multiplied by 10, and all I did was just divide them all by 10. Like, that is basically what I did at one point, and the reason for that was because all the stats were, like, in the hundreds, and I was like, I want these to be kind of, like, more meaningful, incremental changes, rather than, you know, every stat increase is, like, 100, or something stupid like that. So all the stat like changes and increments in the final game are very, like, +1, +2, +3, +4, +5, +6. They're very small numbers, whereas before there would have been like 100, 130, 160, 200, 400. That is... It was
Where's
hard
my
to...
plus 1,340?
I feel like simplifying the numbers and dividing them all by 10 like that made it a lot easier to wrap your head around what the actual stat change was. Because if you're going from like 120 to 160, it's like, I don't know what that means. I don't really understand what actual practical benefit that is going to give me. Whereas +1 to +2, that's doubling! That's twice as good. It makes it easier to wrap your head around what the actual change is, I think. But yeah. So, stats completely changed. The story was, like, rewritten, like, 3 or 4 times. And I'm still not happy with the story. If I were to start over again, like, completely from scratch, I would probably leave a lot of the story the same, but rewrite some stuff towards the end and relate to certain characters. Because certain characters just don't entirely make a whole lot of sense. The ending I would majorly redo, I think. But yeah. So I am going to do I'm actually going to obviously show the game, obviously, and like walk through it and like talk about stuff that's kind of changed and how stuff was implemented and stuff like that. But I'm not going to do it using the actual release version, because that would take about 8 hours to go through the whole game just in a normal playthrough. Maybe 6 hours if I really rush through it, so I'm just going to do it in the actual editor itself, because that way I can skip around a lot and I can show actually how things are implemented if I feel like it. So that's what I'm going to do. Funny thing is, I actually have published the RPG Maker project file for this on the Steam Workshop. So anyone can like download it and like view all of the raw game files, all the unused stuff, all the stuff that was cut, all the stuff that is like partially cut but still in the game because I couldn't entirely cut it, and like making it work properly would have just been too much of a time investment, and like refactoring of other systems. There's a lot of stuff that changed. There's a lot of
Eddie
stuff
Boy
that
94
changed.
said. Or make their own version of the game.
Yeah,
Smiley
if somebody
face.
wants to, you know, make like their own version of the game, they can do that. They can do that. They have my full permission to download the project, make whatever changes they want,
Aretisia-R.
repackage it.
Classic.
Although I think to download the workshop project, you do need to have the RPG Maker DLCs that I actually used in the project. So that does kind of limit, you know, the accessibility to it a bit, but it's there. It is there if you want to download the actual project file. Anyway. So, I'm going to just zoom this in a bit so that I can do that. That should be the correct one. There we go. So, what you're looking at right now is actually the main menu. I'm going to just open the game real quick. Splash screen. the classic jingle, and there's the main menu. First thing you might immediately
Jordan
notice...
_SDS said, "Goddamn trimps."
Oh god, the whole overlay shit on the side is still broken. Ah, fuck.
Clampope said, "Boom wide eye."
Next.
Eddie Boy 94 said, "Wouldn't be an MO stream without the trimps meters."
It wouldn't. You're entirely right. So I need to add overlays, is what I need to add. Overlays are there. Why is that not working?
It's like a control
Copy.
panel.
Yes? There we go, I fixed it. Okay, great. Right. There we go. Right, okay. Yeah, so first thing you might immediately notice, this menu does not look like this. And the reason for that is because this is actually the very first thing that I was talking about, where I said there was supposed to be there were features that were supposed to be here but were cut, or like not entirely cut but reworked into a different thing. This main menu is supposed to update based on your save progress to reflect like the stuff that you've done and the characters that you have in your party at like any given moment. It doesn't do that. The reason is simply because at this point you haven't actually loaded your save yet, and I just
Holy shit, like Cyberpunk.
I just couldn't be bothered trying to like get it to like load the save data into the main menu and blah blah blah. I just couldn't bother doing that. I'd spent a while, because like the thing is, the way the loading and like save system works is very hacked together, to put it simply. Like if I go to continue real quick, you can see there's like, oh, this is not actually there's not supposed to be this many choices. Oh no. Did I forget to limit the number of saves? Oh, I might have fucked up. There might be a limited number of saves technically. Up to 99 anyway. But this screen is designed around only one save because the final game is designed around only one save. I guess technically you could copy the save and rename it to like file 2 and then it would actually save to the second file, but no, it wouldn't, I don't think, because I'm pretty sure the final game only saves to file 1. Actually, does it? I think it might save to the file that you actually, that it is slotted to, but regardless, this whole thing is hacked together. So originally it used like a normal save system, but then I figured I should probably add like autosaves or something, like at fixed points, just to like make things a bit easier on the player, so if you don't save, like you don't, you know, lose all your progress if you fuck up. And then that led me down rabbit hole after rabbit hole of trying to figure out how to get that to work, and then I eventually did get that working, and then I found a different way of getting that working, and then, the save system is genuinely something that I went back and forth on for, like, years. Like, just that alone was genuinely, like, something that I went back and forth on how it works. Like, I think even in the last couple of years, like, during playtests, I experimented with, like, a new save system. Like, there were a lot of changes regarding just how saves work. But specifically regarding this menu, this isn't actually unused. In the final game, when you beat the game, it takes you back to the main menu, and when it goes back to the main menu, because your save is loaded, it will actually show all of the like relevant stuff that's here, depending on your save progress, on the main menu after you finish the game. But then if you close the game and reopen it, obviously that gets thrown out and it doesn't do that anymore. But yeah. Also, this menu theme, this is something that I made a long time ago. This menu theme has been finished for a long fucking time. Let me just go all the way back. Where is it? Where is it? It's not here yet. It's further back. Fear? It should be here. There we go. That's from 5 years ago. That was the last time this song was changed.
Crazy chicken exhaust.
And also, you can tell this is old because this was at a point where it was still called Tales of instead of just Aretisia. Also, it should have the old splash screen as well. So you can tell this is old. This is real fucking old. Yeah. Other than that, the main menu is pretty much the same. It's just the logo changed. The name changed, that was kind of it. But yeah. So... main menu alone, already a lot of stuff there. Also, technically, the main menu is a map. It's not like a menu or anything like that. This is actually just in-game, is the way this is handled. And because of that, all of the, like, menu options and stuff have to be handled somewhere, right? And that's right here. This is a monstrosity that I like to call the, oh god, everything handler. I don't know, it doesn't have a name. Apparently I called it title handling. It does a lot more than just the title, because I kept adding stuff to it. Originally, this just did the title. And as you can see here, this is setting up stuff that probably shouldn't even be here. Giving you 2 empty bottles before you've even pressed a new game. So fun fact, empty bottles,
The original logic box.
the empty bottles
Jordan
were
underscore SDS
items...
said. What?
The empty bottles were items that previously, you didn't start with. I think you had one, like, in the very first room of the game that you could pick up, and then there were 2 more that you could buy from a shop. Because people kept missing them because they just didn't interact with them, I decided, just fuck it, I'm just gonna remove the stuff that you can pick up from in the game and just give them to you by default. And I guess the way I decided to do that was to just put it at the start of the game, like logic. Like, this is literally, as you can see, game launch. This is what happens when you boot the game. The first thing it does, before it generates a default, like, config file, before it opens the splash screen, the first thing it does is it gives you 2 empty bottles. I don't know why I put that there. I will be totally honest. I guess it was the easiest way of doing it. I was just like, fuck it, you'll have 2 empty bottles and I'll just put that at the very first thing in the game. So there you go. If you ever wondered what the order of operations was for starting the game, first you get given 2 empty bottles, then it disables the map name so that you can't see the map name of this map. It generates a default config file if one doesn't exist. It makes sure you're not in New Game Plus so that you don't, like, do New Game Plus stuff. It runs through the splash screen, plays a sound effect, splash screen, checks if save files exist so that you, you know, it can show the continue button,
Holy
and
shit,
then
the
it
New
gives
Game
you
Plus.
the menu options. But the very first thing it does is it gives you 2 empty bottles. That genuinely, I forgot I did that. That is actually crazy. Holy shit. The rest of these are for handling other stuff. Like, this is for the main menu after you beat the game. This is for if you choose the new game option. This is the new game stuff, and then this is the credits. Before all of that, empty bottle plus 2. Oh, that's crazy. That's actually fucking crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna delete that save real quick. And it crashed? Interesting. Haven't encountered that. Didn't know that was a thing. Learn something new every day. But yeah, the options menu, there's a lot of stuff in here. A lot of this was kind of just, like, added over time, like, some of this was purely for, like, testing purposes, like, being able to set text speed to instant just because sitting through text every time is not fun. But some of this is actually here just for the actual gameplay reasons. Master volume starts at 10% because everyone complained. That is not an exaggeration. I think everybody that playtested the version when it was set to 50% complained, so I lowered it down to 10%. This has
Jordan_SDS said,
never been
Massive
100% by
AAA
default.
released
It's
with
always
gameplay
been
box.
50% and then 10%. Because even at 50%, people complained it was still too loud. And yeah, fair. Battle animation speed, that starts at, I think, 150%? If I remember correctly, or is it 100%? It starts at 100%. That would make sense, because it's 100%. You can slow it down if you want. The default actually used to be 75, but that felt too slow, so I meant 100%. Rebinding! You can rebind stuff. I might need to if I want to use WAS, because this is not correct. But yeah, there's also like two layouts here. You have this more modern one, and then you have the default, if you like RPG Maker default stuff. I might have to mess with these real quick. Move down. And then that should be move right. And then D, just do that. There we go. That's better. Right. There's a lot of really small, like, polished stuff here that I'm really happy with, like this menu animation. That menu animation was one of the first things I actually added. And then you have the choice to watch or skip the prologue, just in case you don't want to sit through the prologue. So the prologue. Oh my fucking god, the prologue. You know, I'll just let the prologue play while I talk about this. This prologue used to be about twice as long, and it explained way too much. Especially with no visual, like, especially with no visuals to go along with it. It was just a, like, 6-minute text dump, and it was not good. I'm still not happy with this. I'm still not happy with this text dump either, but at least it's only, like, 3 minutes. Like, it's not at a length where you feel like it's too long. It's at a length where it starts to get, like, on the verge of, I wish this was over, but, like, not, man, this is just slow. The thing is, I knew for a long time that it was too long, but what actually pushed me to do it was, I think Foxy asked for, like, one of the early, just, like, a random version to stream at one point. So I just threw, like, a version from, like, 4 years ago or something. Like, at the time, it would have been, like, a couple of years old. And she just sat through the intro and was bored out of her mind, and I don't blame her. Because the prologue was too long. We're about halfway done with the prologue already. Like, this version is so much more succinct and doesn't explain everything in the fucking galaxy and beyond. It was so long. It did not need to be. At least this version actually tells you stuff relevant to the story and doesn't spend, like, half of it just explaining background stuff that isn't important. Like, most of the stuff in this one is actually relevant to the game's story, which is, you know, good. I'm still not happy with it, like I said, but it's way, way better. And if you choose to watch it, you can't skip it. You can speed it up by holding page down, like that. Oh no, you can skip it by holding page down. Ah, well, there we go. Oh, no, I just remembered. It's because I'm in a playtest version. That's why it gives you the choice to do multiple slots. Okay. Yeah, no, this shouldn't be a thing in the final game, I'm pretty sure. In the final game, it just automatically saves to slot 1. You don't have a say in this. So, the house, the infamous house. This house is actually based on
EddieBoy94 said,
a version
developer privileges.
from a long time ago. You know how I was saying that in 2012,
Jordan
2014?
_SDS said, the house is based.
In 2012, 2014, I was like doing a different like version of the game. Well, as it turns out, I don't know if I have the image anywhere. I might not. Let me have a look. I need to sign into my Microsoft account because it's on fucking OneDrive. Because I used to use OneDrive. I don't know. I don't know where it is. Hold on. One sec. Let me just quickly... Not the right one. There we go. Let me just quickly, log into OneDrive. Microsoft. Log me into Microsoft. Yeah, I don't know what my Microsoft login is. Ah, shit. I think it's this, but I'm not sure. That seems correct. Okay. That password is not correct. Okay. Time to figure out what that is. Oh, there we go, I found it. Let's use my authenticator, one sec. Because this is a pretty cool piece of trivia. Because in that like 2012 to 2014 version of the game, or not of the game, well, not of this game, obviously it was a different game, but in that 2012 to 2014 like iteration, there was there was a house at the start of the game, just like this one. But when I was making this house, I thought, you know what, it would be cool if the design of this house was based on that old house. So I did that, and it turns out I actually just, for some fucking reason that I do not understand, I have in OneDrive just an image of the old house. I don't know why. I don't know why it's there, but it is there. So, if I can find that image real quick, there it is. Open image in new tab. Access denied? Huh? I might just have to save it as an image and then open it. What do you mean we don't support this file format? It's a JPEG. What? Windows? The fuck do you mean you don't support this
EddieBoy94 said, professional.
Well, ask Windows what the fuck is going on, because apparently it doesn't support JPEGs. What? One second. I'm gonna need to fucking open it again. There we go. OneDrive.
Windows doesn't support JPEGing.
What do you mean you don't support this file format? It's just a fucking JPEG. What? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just wanna fucking... Okay, now it's working. There we go, right. There we go. So this was the image, the legendary, infamous image. Here it is. As you can see, this house had two floors. This one does not. But you can see it's It's based on it. The kitchen's in the same place. There's a table there. There's still a bedroom there. A bookshelf in the corner. Added a fireplace. Added a piano.
The house stood the test of time.
Yeah, the house lived on. The house the house lived on. There was a lot of stuff from this 2012 to 2014
Jordan
iteration.
_SDS said, "Where is that staircase going?"
It goes to a second floor. But yeah, there was a lot of stuff in this early iteration.
It just goes into the wall.
Valid, yeah. There was a lot of stuff in this early iteration that did end up being revived in some way, even if it was just a reference. Like, obviously this house is based on this original house. I could have made an entirely new house. There was nothing stopping me from making a new house. But I didn't. There you go. Right, let me just quickly close all this. Everything is kind of somewhat organized, but not really. So I'm just gonna close all of this real quick and then just go to the correct stuff. Oh, here's something interesting as well. You might notice this this house is called George, because this was George's house. The main character is not called George. So this is something that I think I talked about in those old streams of the like 2010 game, but the characters in that iteration, like, hold on, let me just quickly open up a notepad real quick. So we had George was the main character. Who else was in there? We had Lance was, I think, the second party member that you had. The antagonist was called the Dark Lord, I believe, or Dark King. I think it was Dark King. That sounds more correct. It was something like intentionally cheesy and stupid. It was something really dumb intentionally. Who else was in there? There was Angry Ghost, never got a reference. I should have included Angry Ghost somehow. Oh man.
10-year-old name.
Yeah. So there was Dark King, there was Lance. I mean, the thing is, I intentionally made it stupid was the thing. I intentionally chose silly names. For the Dark King, anyway. Who else was there? I think it was just that, right? I think those were the only characters. There was the Spirit who joined you. Dark Swordsman. Dark Swordsman, yeah, no, there was the Dark King and there was Dark Swordsman. Lance was Angry Ghost never came back. Then in the original concept for a sequel, it was supposed to be a prequel, actually, and it was supposed to be focused on George's father, who was named Joseph. I think at some point I gave them a last name as well, I believe. No, no, it was Joseph Cape and George Cape. But also because he was supposed to have a wife. Joseph was supposed to have a wife, like, because obviously George exists, so there was supposed to be a wife involved. And her name was supposed to be Maria Espenson, I believe, something like that. I don't know if it was an O or an E. It was something stupid like that. Maria Espenson. Later, Cape. But originally Espenson. There was... who else? Sophia was supposed to be George's sister in the later prequel sequel. Because again, the 2012 to 2014 iteration was still a prequel, but it was based on George again, instead of Joseph. And that introduced Sophia Cape. Who else? I think that might be it. I think that might be all of the original character names from that original version. I think at one point the Dark King might have been the Demon King as well. I think he might have been renamed at one point. But if we look through this list, like... all of these character names have been reused except for George. George was renamed to Lazarus eventually, because George just feels weird. Especially given all the other names as well, and there are, like, potential religious implications with Joseph and Maria that I don't know if I was aware of at the time, but I figured, you know what, we'll go Lazarus, that's also ties in a bit. So that's kind of that. Lance never had a last name, I don't think. But in the new, George is now Lazarus. Lazarus. And I changed their last name from Cape to Capian. The Dark King does technically still exist, because if you take the name of the game, Tenebris Dominus, that is basically just Latin for Dark King. So technically he still exists. Dark Swordsman was, he's dead. Lance became Lance Weaver. Joseph Capian, same thing, just last name changed. Can't spell. Joseph Capian.
Dominus isn't king, is it?
I don't think Dominus is king.
I thought Rex was king.
But Tenebris Rex just felt a bit weird, so I went with Dominus instead because it was a bit of a better name, like in terms of like words. But it's the same kind of like vibe, right? That's the main thing. What it translates to is the same kind of vague meaning. It's just that it's not exactly the same name.
Sad. You missed out on calling your game T-Rex.
I think Maria is still called Maria Espenson somewhere. I think there might still be a line of text in the game that refers to her as Maria Espenson. If not, then it was probably in that original prologue that I mentioned that got
Cloppikin
axed.
said, Dominus, our Lord, our Master, or owner. Iran can also refer to God or Christ.
I think it was Lord. I think that's what I went with. Lord and King. I think that's what I was kind of... Because I think in the earlier versions, like Dark King and Dark Lord were kind of two names that I used kind of like whenever I felt like it. I wasn't really like set on like a specific name, so I think I went with Lord instead because Dominus just sounds better. But yeah. Also, interesting that it can refer to as God or Christ. That actually is an interesting and relevant point. Huh. Also, it ties back into the, like, accidental religious stuff. I'm pretty sure Maria's last name is still Espenson, but I don't entirely remember.
Jordan
I think I
_
might
SDS
have
said,
a video somewhere.
Aretisia-R, Dark Jesus.
I think I might actually have a video of the old prologue on my second channel still. Let me have a look. I think it's unlisted though, I don't think it's public. If it is somewhere, it will be in that old prologue, because the old prologue went into way too much detail. Shit, I need to find it. Blah. Blah. Can I not just skip to the end? Oh my god. Skim for all this shit. Hold on. There's some stuff in here that I don't think people have ever seen, because some of it's just always been private or unlisted. It might be the first video I actually uploaded to this channel. It was. Wow. This is only 2 minutes. That's interesting. I guess it got longer at one point. Maria? It doesn't say their last name! Oh, King Louis. Oh, we'll get to that as well. I forgot that in the old versions, the king was called King Louis. That changed later on as well, because, Louis just didn't fit. That's the simple, honest answer. All the other king names were in Latin, so Louis had to go. It just didn't really fit with the other names. I I'm pretty sure her name is still Espenson though, technically. I don't think that ever changed. But yeah, so King Lodovicus. And then here we have Sophia Kit. She probably received the weirdest character change of all time. She used to be George's sister, and now she's a completely different character. Not related at all. That's why Sophia exists. It's because of Sophia Kit. Only reason. Yeah, Dark Swordsman didn't make it in. However, I believe there is an unused enemy somewhere in the game's files that is supposed to be a reference to him, but I just never actually... Yeah, there we go. I just threw some random stats on there just as a joke. Like, you cannot encounter him anywhere in the game. He is only here just as, like, an in-joke. That's it. And it's probably a good thing, because these stats would kill you instantly. Although he's on level 1. Huh. That's interesting. Why is he only level... Whatever. You can tell that he was never finished anyway, because he doesn't have, like, any attacks or anything. It's just the basic attack. Attack level 1. He's very clearly not intended to be fought. But yeah. So that's the first thing. Character names changed around over time.
So he's OP and you get no EXP for beating him.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. But that's how the character names changed.
Twix314 said, Frick year Imo stream.
So, right here, I believe this is where the
said,
bottles used to be.
Bragging rights. Smiley face.
Oh, no. The bottles were here. You had to interact with this. This used to have another dialogue option on it where you would get, like, it was either 1 or 2, and I think it was 1 jar out of it. But then, obviously, as I've shown, for some reason, giving you the bottles was moved to the very first thing that the game does before anything else. Literally the first thing. I can't get over that. That's actually fucking hilarious. But yeah, you can interact with a lot of stuff in here. These new energy cookers are way too inconsistent. Blah, 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 blah. This is a sound test. There's just a sound test here.
Plopikins said, I have an Aretisia demo from 2023 on my PC.
It's... Yeah, the full game is out. It's been out for like a few months. It's just I've been meaning to do the stream for a while. Obviously, I haven't done it yet. So here's something that only works before you leave the house. So I don't know if anyone...
Twix314 said, did you develop this game?
Yes. I don't know if anyone in playtests actually caught on to this, but if you pause the game... Okay, the test room is a debug thing. That does not exist in the final game. So in a switch variable, this allows you to control, like, a ton of stuff throughout the game. I just saw unused. I don't know what unused is for. I assume it's actually unused. I don't know what that's for or what it did at one point, but, there you go. Also, demo. There used to be a demo flag, but this was never actually used in the game. Oh, no, I did use this in the game for when I actually did do the demos. I repurposed it for that. Because there is actually unused demo content, believe it or not. If I just quickly go to the world map, and then head over here. Oh, shit, I don't think it's actually... Yeah, no, I think I removed it. But originally, my first concept for the first demo was that it was only going to allow you to explore this area, and then I realized, wow, that shit, there's nothing to do here. So I removed it, because originally, if you were to go to the bridge, it would take you to a completely unique area called the demo bridge, which was this. And you would have this message saying you cannot go this way, and that would be it. That would be as far as you could go. That would have been it. But there is barely any fucking content in this first part of the game that you can actually do. You can do the mine entrance. That's it. That's all you can actually do. Because a lot of the content is split into is like in this area. That's why the first demo went up until the end of the Dune Palace instead. and the second one was everything up to the spire. But yeah, I'm trying to think, is there anything actually in this map? What is that? Why is there an event up there? Wait, what is this? Oh, that's because of the... No, I know why that's there. That's because I was messing around with how the camping kit works at some point, and I needed to do that to make sure it worked properly, because otherwise it wouldn't reset properly. But I think that's actually redundant now. I don't think that actually is required, because the camping kit was completely reworked at one point. Anyway, yeah, I don't know if anyone in playtest actually caught this though, but before you leave the house for the first time, there's a cheats menu that opens up this. Fluffy, are you still here? This is a throwback. You know that Dark Souls stream you did, where there was that one guy that assisted you called Powerman? I think it was like Powerman 5000 or something. This is a long time ago. I would not blame you if you forgot. I would not blame you at all. But like, he was just crazy cracked at the game, and like, he basically just carried you through like a whole boss fight. I don't remember exactly what it was, but that's all I remember about it.
Said, you, not me.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. I don't blame you at all. But basically, there was like a boss fight that you were struggling with. I don't remember what it was. You summoned someone. They were called like Powerman 5000, and then they basically just soloed the fight for you. After that, I immediately went and added this. Oh, that's not right. Hold on. I immediately added that as soon as that stream happened. I think that's like one of the only cheats in the game that is an actual reference to something.
Oh my god.
But yeah, the other cheats, you can actually find all of the cheats by interacting with this. So the way this works, because if you do it again, you'll just get the same one.
Floppikins said, I did stream Dark Souls 3 at one point.
Yeah.
That reference is lost on everyone but you.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Nobody will know why that's there, except for the people watching the stream now. But yeah, the first time you interact with this draw, it will give you a different... Reads Powerman. It will give you a different cheat that you can enter into the cheats menu. Some of these are kind of cool, actually. Some of these are, like, very gameplay changing. Some of them are bad. Like, skillless just makes the game harder, I'm pretty sure. I think it locks off, like, a lot of skills in the game so that you can't use them, is what it does. A large number of skills have been locked can no longer be used, yeah. But that doesn't prevent you from unlocking post-game content. There's a lot of cheats like that where they don't stop you from actually unlocking post-game content. Doomsday is another one that I think doesn't, as long as you beat the game within the time limit. Because Doomsday, you'll have 2 hours to finish the game. That might not be enough time. That's probably not enough time. Post-game content can only be unlocked if you reach the end game. It's like a forced speedrunning challenge. There's a ton of, there is genuinely a ton of these. Fragment is like a randomizer mode. Fragment's kind of cool, actually. Fragment had to be rebalanced at one point because it was completely broken, and you could like sell the orbs that you get to just... Oh no, you could sell the stuff that you get from the orbs to buy more orbs, is what it was.
New challenge run can beat Aretisia with skillless and Doomsday enabled.
All items are replaced by an Orb of Secrets. Orbs will be used automatically. Post-game content cannot be unlocked while the sheet is active. So the Orb of Secrets, I think there's something like 5 or like 3 Orbs of Secrets throughout the whole game in like a normal run. But basically, the Orb of Secrets is just an item where you pick it up, you use it, and then it gives you an item from a very small select list. So it just gives you a random item from like, I think it's any misc item with a couple of exceptions. It has a chance of giving you any of them. Unless you already have the max number of that misc item, in which case it'll give you a different one. The Orb of Secrets code is fucking crazy and had to be rewritten a lot of times. Yeah, this event sucks, I hated working on this. This is the code for the Orb of Secrets. A lot of this is just straight up JavaScript. 5 limit, 1,000 limit, 100, 2 limit, 4 limit, 1 limit, 2 limit, 3 limit, 5 limit. This chunk of code sucked, but it works. It originally didn't work. It was originally very broken, but now it works. But basically, what the actual cheat does, Fragment, is it changes it so that instead of the Orb of Secrets only giving you an item from a very small select list, it can give you basically any item in the game except for items that are required for progression. And I think, like, 1 New Game Plus item as well, it can't give you that either. It can also give you itself. There is a very small chance that an Orb of Secrets will just give you another Orb of Secrets. That is a thing that can happen. But yeah, so if... I think the Orb of Secrets thing is a failsafe, is what it is. If there are no other items possibly available... Oh no, it's not a fail... It's kind of a failsafe. It's basically if there's no other items that are available to be given to you, it will just give you an Orb of Secrets, is what it'll do. But when it comes to the actual cheat, it... Like it said, it forces you to automatically use every orb you find, so effectively you just get a random item every time you pick up an item. It's kind of a randomizer mode. It's very broken, it's very unbalanced, but it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun for like a bit of a sillier playthrough. I think there is a list of all the cheats in here somewhere. Cheats. Yeah, so there's Power Man, there's Doomsday. A couple of ones here I don't want to show because they are like debug things. Fragment, Young One makes Joseph appear in his, like, prologue appearance instead of his late game appearance. Dark Lord forces the Dominus armor on... Dark Lord, there it is! Dark Lord! That's one of the cheats. It forces the Dominus armor onto you for the whole game. Survivor is a permadeath mode. Yeah. Hardened makes the game harder. Skillless removes a lot of skills. And RC Test DB activates debug mode. Don't abuse it. Sword Bomb replaces Lazarus, apparently. I forgot that one existed. That one was because of Foxy, I remember. But yeah. There we go. That's all the cheats. Don't abuse RC Test DB! Because that forces the game into playtest mode and you can play around with all the stuff that I'm messing around with right now. Don't do that, that would be bad. That would actually let you completely break the game. Like, actually don't do that. Like, I would recommend actually just playing through the game normally before doing that. And if you are going to do that, don't, because there are still things that I think are, like, hidden that people maybe don't know about. If you just look through like all the switches and stuff, there will be stuff in here that will be confusing unless you've played the game, and even if you have played the game, you might not actually know what the stuff is about.
Said, "Wish there was debug mode for RL."
Like Patron, what's Patron? What's Fragment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? What are those? I don't know. What is Final? I don't remember. What is Tower Access? Who knows? And there's sort of variables as well. This one is blank. I don't know what that's for. I probably did that intentionally. Or maybe I just never used that one. I don't know. Ezekiel dialogue. There's a single one for Ezekiel dialogue. I like Ezekiel. I think the one person who actually playtested the section where Ezekiel is in, missed Ezekiel. He is surprisingly well hidden, and unless you know he is there, there's a pretty high chance you might just walk past him. I like Ezekiel. Ezekiel's a cool guy. Anyway. I'm gonna reload that, since I've barely done anything. We've just been, like, How long has the stream been going on for? An hour, and I've barely even fucking gone anywhere. So this opening sequence has been barely changed, I think. Do you still have the urgent letter? You do. Yeah. I think barely anything about this, like, this opening sequence has actually changed. The dialogue. The dialogue of the king here was, I think, very rewritten, because originally it was more of the king kind of blackmailing you into actually doing what he wanted, which felt weird. It just didn't fit very well. It was strange. That got rewritten. I'm just gonna skip through it. You can read it. You can play the game if you want to read it. All of these bookshelves. Oh my god. So the original idea for this room was every shelf. So you can see this. The shelf is too wide, so this would just count as one shelf. Every shelf in this room would have something different that you could read on it. That was just way too much writing, so I decided, fuck it, I'm just gonna cut it down so each row has one thing you can read. And these just have a lot of random lore. Just a lot of random shit in them. Some of this is relevant to the actual game, some of it's not. One of my favourite ones is,
Eddie
it might be
Boy
Millennium?
94 said. Or it could have been like the EYE library.
No, it's this one. Legends of Terror in Kagafar by Lord Carter. So, if you read all of these are all just by, like, random people. Like, actually, I think all these are by Richard Turner. Yeah, all of the ones for the other regions are by Richard Turner. And they're all, like, very historical, like they all sound historical. And then you get to the one for Nkagafar, and it's by Lord Carter, and it's just him talking about how Nkagafar's the greatest, and that's all it is. It's really funny. It might be the newest kingdom, but it's the strongest and most influential. Yeah, it's just him talking up Nkagafar, that's all it is. I'm really happy with this one, because it's really funny. It's a funny bit. All the others are written by the same guy, and that one's just written by some lord. I think these ones are all different as well. Yeah, these ones are by Jeremiah Wise. I think all of these are. I think some of these are like duplicates as well. Cycle of Nature by Barry Cooper. Someone will get that. Someone has to get that. If nobody gets that, I'm gonna be upset. And this just explains resistances and weaknesses. I think there's another place you can find this one as well, because this one is kind of important to, like, actually understanding gameplay. But that's in a couple of places throughout the game. Breaking Dawn, The Capian Legacy, War Reflections by Lance Weaver. There he is, he wrote a book. I think the books themselves didn't really change all that much. Oh, actually, I think one of the books gets extra information in it after you beat the game, actually. I'm pretty sure one of the books has, like, specific New Game Plus, like, lines. Which is specifically there to hint at where you should be going for some New Game Plus content. Or to hint at some New Game Plus content's existence, rather. Because a lot of the actual, like, if you actually read through all that stuff and, like, all the... If you read all that shit, who needs to read all that shit? Oh, actually, it's not here. No, the book's not here. There's a book about the gods anywhere. There is a book about the gods somewhere. And if you actually, like, read through it, a pretty important, I didn't mean to read it again. Key founding thing that it explains is that, I think it would be Kale Theory. No, this is about the Kale. This isn't about the gods. Is it this one? The Kale Volume 1, that's it. Yeah, he created the 4 pillars. Yeah. And then explains what the 4 pillars are. Terra, the goddess of nature, Amon, the goddess of tenderness, Ignitia, the god of knowledge, and Deus, the god of war. So, something that might seems strange is the fact that all the other gods have names that are actually based on their role, whereas Deus is just Deus. Like, his name isn't anything to do with war, it's just God. He is God. And the reason for that is because originally he was the only god in the like earlier drafts of the story. And his name just never changed. It probably should have changed, but his name just never changed, and I just kind of I liked his name, so I just left it. I think actually, if you go back through like some old posts, like some old Twitter posts and stuff, I think some of the very earliest posts I wrote mentioned that the game is called Rise of Deus. Aretisia, sorry, Nkagathar Rise of Deus, because it used to be called Nkagathar, blah blah blah. Then I changed that at some point. But then I dropped Rise of Deus from the title, rewrote the story, and changed stuff around. Mostly because the idea of Rise of Deus doesn't make sense. Like just think about that for a second. He's a god, right? At the time, he was the only god. He was the god, called God. Why is he rising? What is he doing? What? Why? What is he trying to do? Like, how do you make a story out of that? That doesn't make sense. He's God. Like, what? So that's why it was rewritten, because the title made no fucking sense, and the original plot concept was just like, wait, this doesn't make any sense at all. So that's why it changed.
God doesn't need to make sense.
But yeah, so that's why it's no longer Rise of Deus, but that's why Deus is still called Deus. Also, this guy... I think this guy has been universally positively received. Everybody that I think I saw playtest the game and I saw speak to this guy liked him, pretty much. And I think there's a good reason why. He's a very good character. He is completely inconsequential, but he is very funny. So such a matters concern you. I'm just here to enjoy a hearty meal before I set off once again. Say, you look like an errand boy. Let's see you perform a small task for me. No. That's what things I need to do right now. What a shame. You come right back as soon as you have the time, you hear me? And if you actually talk to him. Excellent. I need you to bring me a relic. Are you just going to stand there? Yeah, what kind of... That's basically what everybody said as soon as they saw this dialogue for the first time. They were like, wait, what kind of... Wait, what does he want? You need to ask such questions. You'll know it when you see it. Okay. And then if you speak to him again, do you have the relic I seek? No matter what you pick here, he will say, you dare come back to me empty-handed? You disgust me. You're filth. Worthless. Do not speak to me again. And then he never talks to you again. He is the greatest character in this game. He could single-handedly just end everything by himself. He's too powerful.
Jesus
I
Christ.
really, really love the rich patron. He is my favorite dialogue in this whole fucking game, honestly. And then this guy is just like a normal guy. You can talk to the innkeeper as well if you want. You can't go find a silly name for an inn, isn't it? I'll be rude, but I thought it'd be funny, yeah. But yeah, these were the items that you could previously like buy from the tables, and these were the 2 extra bottles that you could buy. But in playtesting, nobody noticed that you could interact with these, so I just removed all interactable objects from the shop and just made them little jokes instead. So there's a lot of stuff throughout the game where if you just interact with a random object, you'll get like some funny dialogue out of it. Well, in a bottle of oil, you can get another one for next cost. It's only 50 silvers. I already have 20 bottles at home. Sure you don't want 2 more? Not really. Yeah, you can interact with a lot of stuff in here. Can you interact with the bookshelf? No. Don't touch that. Why not? You don't know the power it contains. Okay. Okay. You want a bottle of red goop, I see? I think I'm good. This tutorial existed because originally people didn't get it, so I had to explain it. But at least it's optional. Also, something that people didn't seem to pick up on, something that actually didn't exist for a while. Hold on, let me just quickly leave first before I do anything else. Oh god, Poppy. Do I go over the development history of Poppy? Because Poppy is a character that underwent changes, to say the least. Oh my god, this tutorial as well. I'll go over the tutorial first. I'm still really happy with how this tutorial turned out. I think it explains most things importantly. There are some visual bugs, ignore the turn order. I like the visual, I like the music of it, it's nice. And I think this does get all the main points across that it needs to get across. You don't actually need to do anything that it tells you to do though, you can just like hit defend the whole time and eventually the tutorial will end. Spontaneity is a companion stat speed. Spontaneity is probably the only like stat in this game that is quirky and unique and kind of maybe bad, but I just left it in because I thought it was funny. There is a second bar underneath your health. This is your special meter. Blah, 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 blah. Try using Flurry now. What if I don't? You'll level up, you'll get me special. Yeah. Try selecting defend now. What if I don't? It doesn't let you check what you're doing. It just assumes that you're doing what it tells you to do, because to be fair, I could have actually blocked like all the other things, but I could probably actually do that, but I couldn't bother doing it, so I did not. This tutorial battle basically only exists to show you the different kind of character roles. Although there are no energy characters in this fight, it's just 2 melee, 2 ranged, but it does kind of get the point across that different characters can do different things. That's the main reason this fight exists. That's really it. Mainly just because there needed to be like a simple fight that it was pretty much impossible to lose, so that you could actually like mess around with the battle system a little bit and like see how it's slightly different from the other goals, but also just to show you different characters do different things. That's the main thing. You can't control the other characters in this fight though, they just do their own thing. Specifically, so that you get a taste of what you can do later. Because these characters will just randomly do stuff, and they'll show you some cool stuff that you can do later on. Like Poison Tip. Wow. Okay, Poppy. Right. Let's talk about Poppy. Poppy is... Let's get this out of the way. Poppy is very clearly a child.
Here we go.
In earlier drafts of the script, it was explicitly stated what her age was, and it just always came across as weird and unnecessary, so it was removed. Technically, her age doesn't really matter that much in the grand scheme of the story, and for reasons that you'll figure out towards the end of the game. But also, it seemed irrelevant. It was explicitly, in case you're curious, it was explicitly stated in previous versions that she was, I believe, 12. But also, it was explicitly stated that she was 12 during the war, and she doesn't seem to have aged at all during that time. I believe that was the exact dialogue, it was something to that effect. She arrived during the war, she was 12, and she's still 12. It was kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of weird. It never really felt like it needed to be there. It never felt like it was... It was just weird. I wasn't comfortable with it, so it went. It was just strange. I don't remember what compelled me to put that line into the game. It's gone! Goodbye. Yeah, technically...
Plopikins said, "Is this a 1,000-year-old dragon trapped in child's body situation?"
So technically, the fact of the matter is, her entire existence is based on a pun. That is it. The only reason she exists in this game is because of a pun, and I don't think I've ever told anyone what that pun was. And I don't think anybody's ever figured it out. Every time I mention this, people ask, "Oh, what's the joke? What's the pun? I don't get it." Do you want me to finally fucking tell you what the pun was? Do you want to know what it actually fucking is? The whole joke, the whole reason Poppy was created in the first place? She is the lolly Poppy. That's it. That's the joke. It's not funny. It's not fucking funny. It's bad. It sucks. I hate that the whole reason she exists in this state is because of a joke. It's not a good joke. That's my biggest. That might be my biggest regret with this game. The fact that Poppy exists in the state that she does. I am not happy with it at all. I'm really not. It was 2018, it was a different time. It's so fucking dumb. If I could go back and tell myself, yeah, no, don't do that. No, you can have her as a character, just don't make her 12 and make her entire character based on a single joke. But like, it's bad, it's dumb, it's stupid, I don't like it. If I were to go back and change one thing, it would be that. At the very least, make her older, like an adolescent. Like, the fact that she is younger is somewhat relevant, but...
EddieBoy94 said, "You've told me before that her existence is simply because of her forced joke, but
yeah.
I didn't know it was a fucking pun."
Yeah, no, that's it. The whole joke is she is the lolly Poppy. That is it. That's the joke. That's all it was. That's all the pun is. It's not good. But yeah, like, I think for story reasons, it might be relevant, potentially, maybe, but like, I'm gonna be honest, all the story stuff related to Poppy was just there to justify her existence. It's all because of that one pun, that's it. That's the only reason. But it was written into the story. That's how it is, so... To be fair, the actual reveal with Poppy, that's towards the end of the game, I still am kind of okay with. It doesn't feel totally out of place. It does feel mostly like it makes sense, but there are parts of it that I wish were different. And also her fucking appearance. I wish she was not a child. That's the main thing. I wish that she was, like, at the very least, like, 16. But no, she was meant to be 12. All references to that have been removed from the game, but... It's what it is. It's hard, the thing is, it's hard to go back and retroactively change that because of how much it ties into the story. And that's true for a lot of things about this game that I'm not happy with. Or that I don't like. Like, a lot of things that I wish I could change, I would have changed if it was, like, realistically possible to, but they're so tied into, like, how the game works, the systems, the story, whatever, that it's, like, pretty much impossible to actually go back and change that stuff. The game is just too fundamentally built on certain things that are bad that it's hard to, like, actually fix it. One of those things is Poppy herself, not her existence that I've just talked about.
Said, "Sounds like you need to make a new game."
That's what I'm saying. But the thing about Poppy is she is explicitly a healer. Oh, it says healer. That's great. Yeah, no, she's explicitly a healer. She cannot attack at all. I do not know what compelled me to make that decision. But like before playtest started, I did at the very least make the decision to allow her to use staffs, and staffs do give her attacks. So she can do a basic attack, and that is all she can do if you buy her a staff. But if you do that, you lose a free healing source, because the book makes her standard attack a heal. So you have to decide, do you want her to attack or do you want her to heal? Do you want her to not exist? That's another thing. So the thing is, I have already decided that if I was to make a new game, first of all, I would probably like fuck around with trying out like making some kind of platformer thing first, because I just want to try something else. But also, if I were to come back to this, I would probably do a ground up remake. Not an RPG maker, like from the scratch, ground up. New systems, rewrite the story, rewrite Poppy so she's like at the very least an adolescent instead of a child. That's the main regret that I have, the fact that she's just a child. It makes me so uncomfortable. But yeah.
Unreal Engine 5 got it.
Yeah, it'll be horribly unoptimized. But the thing is, before I like were to start with that, there's something else that I want to do, which is even before I finished this game, I already had the plans for this. I started writing up a tabletop system that I would want to base a remake of this on. So it's like completely ground up, like completely unique system. Well, not completely unique system, obviously, it's going to be based on like existing tabletop systems in some way, but there's a lot of like stuff in there that I am kind of happy with that is cool. I like the way it's written. It is nowhere near finished.
Said, the 35-page doc.
Yeah, the 35-page doc. The 35-page doc that, oh god, let me have a look. Is it actually 35 pages? Oh, it's 45! It's 45 pages. It has a lot of cool stuff in it. Like,
It was when you first told me about it.
like skills, it has battle system written into it right now, it has sort of stuff, sort of cool stuff. Exhaustion, resting, surfaces, actions, movement, vision, initiative. It's got initiative in there. Falling. Character sheet. There's a whole section for the character sheet.
I know things have been changed since then, like the ADHD status effect.
It wasn't a status effect, it was a trait. It was the ADHD trait. But the ADHD trait was like removed pretty much as soon as it was written. Like, I came up with a trait called ADHD, and then I was like, you know what, I'm gonna split that off into two different things. So it turned it into, what did it turn into? Multitasker and I think it was, shit, what was the other one? Remember what the other trait that it turned into was? Might have been level-headed. Multitasker and level-headed, that might have been it. There are some, like, traits that are, like, very simple in here, and then there are some that are very complicated. But obviously, it would be kind of, like, hard for me to, like, talk about all that right now without explaining the whole system to you first, because otherwise you won't have enough context to understand what anything actually means. And I don't really want to spend a stream going over this tabletop system just for... Well, it's not even finished. Like, it's nowhere near finished. It's nowhere near, like... It's nowhere near, like, an actual playable state or anything like that. There's still a lot of stuff that needs, like, doing with it. There's different weapon types. It's got all different weapon types in there.
You're not done writing the Bible.
It's got a critical dice section. It's got critical dice. Critical dice is just using exploding dice, basically. Exploding dice, but you have a choice, is what it is. You can choose whether you can choose when you roll a critical dice, whether the next dice that you roll will be damage or if it'll be a heal, is basically how it works. So you can choose to turn your critical into a crit heal, is what you can do. Or a critical recovery is what I called it. A critical recovery. But if you choose to do a critical recovery, it can't explode again, is how it works. So you can do critical damage, explodes as many times as you want, but critical recovery, once you pick critical recovery, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. There's armor in there, different armor types. But anyway, that's besides the point. This is not about that. So. Yeah, so I talked about the staff, I talked about Poppy. Here's a gate. This one is when you found. Oh my god, wait, the tent. Nobody in any playtest ever actually used this feature. And I don't blame them because it's kind of pointless. I think somebody might have tried to use it once, but they realised that like it's kind of pointless, so they just never came back here. Basically, this is an entire character, I forgot. His name's Vizzy, he has the name and everything. This guy tells you where to go next if you're lost. But the thing is, it costs money. And also, if you want to talk to him, you need to return here every time. So there's just no point. You will help a man repair his balloon and ride it to the Dune Temple. In the temple you will find what you seek. That'll be 100 silvers. What? Your first time shall be free. Originally, it was not free. You were forced to pay. Ooh, that was a rough decision. King Magnus. Blah 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 blah.
Robert
Yeah.
said, wouldn't it make more sense to have his tent in multiple locations through the map?
You are 100% correct. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Every time you encounter him, it has to be here. You have to come here, you have to pay him 100 silvers, and then you have to go do what he tells you to do. Honestly, the game is so straightforward that nobody needed his help. Like, that is kind of my personal victory, is that nobody, like, really got stuck for any playtest. So the fact that he isn't anywhere other than here doesn't really matter that much. Luckily, but yeah, I'm just gonna cheat a bit and just kind of like skip through some stuff because obviously I don't want to like sit here and play through the whole game. This mine, I thought that was a random encounter for a second. I forgot random encounters don't exist. So random encounters only exist on the world map. In actual areas like this, it's all kind of like a fixed number of encounters, and once they're gone, they're just gone. I believe this map, though, was one of the first maps that I actually made? Or at the very least, like, one of the first, like, I don't want to call it a dungeon layout, because it's not really much of a dungeon, it's just kind of like a cave. But I believe this was kind of, like, one of the first actual, like, areas that I made. That's not true. The first area that I made was the ending. Don't ask why, I don't know. I basically started by creating kind of like endgame content and then like balancing based on that, based on like endgame, and then working my way down is how I did it. But once I had kind of like endgame combat feeling fun and in a place where I liked it, that's when I kind of like went, okay, now I'm going to start from the beginning and kind of like work through to the middle is what I'm going to do. So after I finished kind of like the final area of the game, the final area of the game's been pretty much the same since like day 3 or something. In terms of layout anyway, the layout for the final area was made very, very early. But after that, I believe that cave was one of the first places I actually made. This small village feels like an afterthought, and that's because it is. This village did not exist. The only reason this village is here is because people felt like there was just not, like... People just felt like the road was empty, right? And it was empty. There was, like, nothing along the way. Given that this is supposed to be, you know, a kingdom, there isn't anything really here. So this village was added just to kind of fill some space, and also just to give a bit of an explanation to the cave. This dialogue is only here to explain the mine. That's it. Only reason that dialogue is there. I think the actual, like, main world map layout was also decided fairly early on as well. Like this kind of, like, core layout here? Actually, I think I have images somewhere. If I go to itch.io real quick. If you go back through the devlog on itch.io, there is a lot of, like, archived stuff from, like, Twitter. And I believe some of that is actually here. Yeah, there we go. So this was one of the very first map concepts that I came up with. 2016, wow, yeah, that's old. Yeah, that is from before I even started working on the game. And you can see kind of, like, the core of it's there, right? Like, you have this bottom area with this kind of, like, river in the middle, like, this water bit, and then an island underneath. Australia, there's Australia. We have this desert area, a dock there, a dock there. That dock still exists, the lower dock was removed because there were too many places to visit, was the main thing. So I kind of, like, cut it down a lot. There was supposed to be a village there. That's cute. Supposed to be a village there as well. That village ended up becoming Port Magnus, which is why that dock doesn't exist, because I figured instead of putting it there, I can put it there to kind of connect the two bits of land like that, which is why it connects like that. Secret Snow Island got a promotion from being Secret Snow Island to where Australia used to be, and is now actually plot relevant. Maybe a look actually. Original world map design still called Rise of Days in 2016 can be found below. It's not a masterpiece on the first page, just a quick mock-up. There's some serious issues with it. Lack of different themes, 90% of the map uses the same grassy theme, which brings like a like variety. There are almost no trees at all. Yeah, there's only trees like there, and that's it, like around this shrine, and that shrine was removed. So there's a lot more trees, a lot more... To be fair, I think they could do with being like more rivers and stuff. There isn't enough water, I feel like in the actual land itself. That's kind of an oversight. But yeah. Moving on to V2, which is a combination of the with variety and what I had already made at the time. In this version, the Secret Hidden Snow Island got a promotion to being plot relevant. Exactly what I just said, same wording. Wow, crazy. But yeah, this was, I believe, the very first concept that I came up with, and you can see in this version, Dune is going up, not down. There was also supposed to be a mountain down in the kind of like trees down here, which is where the spire was supposed to be. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to say about that. There was supposed to be a mountain. There was supposed to be a mountain. That is all I can say. I kind of prefer like this kind of like upper region like wholly being mountainous rather than just one big mountain. I think that was a good change. And I think... Oh wow, yeah, like Shivamar is very different. Like the dock there goes to like a forest there, and then goes up there, which connects to, I guess, some kind of like I guess that would have still been the same kind of concept as in the final game, where it's like an underground kind of like passageway. But in the final game, the mountain is there. You go to the top of the mountain and then you teleport into the mine, instead of like entering the mine, I guess, is how it is. Wait, there is actually a mine up on the world map, I just realised. There is actually a mine there. It's an event. It's called Frostmoor Mine? I I think that was actually supposed to be there from the original concept. Because in the final game, the way it works is you go to the mountain, and then you teleport from the top of the mountain into the mine. But I guess this original concept shows that originally you were supposed to go into the mine itself and then go through it. And the mine is still there. It's still there, it's just blocked off. That's crazy. I completely forgot about that. Huh. Like, it's still named and everything. That's actually crazy, huh? But yeah, there you go, there's the world map, and that was the very first kind of, like, in-engine look of it. Oh yeah, you can see there, in that version, the what you call it, the mountain is still there, but you can see there's space behind it which leads to the mine. And it looks like the mine is in the exact same place, actually. So yeah, I think originally you were supposed to traverse the mountain, then come out on the other side of it, and then go into the mine. Yeah, no, actually, now that I think about it, the mountain map was supposed to be completely different. It was supposed to actually be travelling up the mountain and then down the other side, but because it was just hard to get that to, like, look right in the game. So I kind of, like, completely reworked it. And that's why it's how it is in the final game. Yeah, huh. That's kind of interesting. And there's Vertical Dune! There's Dune going up instead of down. That's still so strange to look at. You wanna know why I made this change? This change happened because it didn't make sense to me. Because Shivermore, or as you can see from this here, Frostmore, as it was originally called before it got renamed, Shivermore used to be, Shivermore is like north, right? So it makes sense that the north would be cold. So why is this north, but it's not cold? So I moved it south so that it's, like, it goes below the north. Because otherwise it's, like, on the same level as this and it's, like, a desert. It just kind of felt a bit weird. Also, I think having it go down kind of, like, creates a nicer, like, a nicer shape to the landmass. Because it's, like, it kind of loops around like that. Which just looks a bit nicer. But yeah, huh. I completely forgot about the changes to Shivermore like that. That's interesting. Also, you can see here the there's this entrance to the Midden, to the Midden Forest. And you can see here this entrance actually still exists. This is the same entrance. You can see the shape of it is the same. Like, it's two tiles, and then it kind of like fans out like that. This is where the entrance used to be. But it was moved over here so that it's on the central path and you have to go through it. This was originally just supposed to be a side area. And the concept of it would have been the same. You would have still encountered stuff here. There's a pyramid on the island? Okay, well... Okay, I forgot I put that there. But yeah, the concept of it was still supposed to be the same. You would encounter Sophia in here and you would, you would save her from a Minotaur, she would join your party. But it was going to be a side area. It wasn't going to be, like, actually part of the main route. But then it was made part of the main route just to kind of streamline the game a bit. That was kind of the main thing. I wanted it to be impossible to not find where you're supposed to go and not miss content. Is kind of the main... and not miss important content. That was kind of the main thing. Also, at this point, the manor doesn't exist. The manor was quite a late addition to the game, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah, that's that. But yeah, Port Magnus. This, I believe, has been here for quite a while. I think most people caught on to the fact that the prison here, Fort Magnus, isn't relevant to the game. As you can tell from the fact that you literally can't go anywhere. and you get told to leave. I think most people caught on to the fact that, that's not really a place you're supposed to be. Which was the intent. The inn here, does this innkeeper have dialogue that's... Oh no, he doesn't have dialogue at all. Huh. Oh yeah, something as well that I don't think anyone actually caught on to, because I don't think any of the playtesters actually even really tried speaking to their party members in the inn. But like a lot of the party members, or like all the party members, have unique dialogue based on how much armor you've collected, or how many of the armor pieces you've collected, what state of the game it is, and so on. And also like depending on where you are as well. Like if you've got one armor piece left and you're on the complete opposite side of the map, they'll have dialogue where they're like, "Why are we here? Shouldn't we be over there?" There is a lot of shit. There's like a lot of stuff like that in the game. There are, in fact, a ridiculous number of small like secrets and stuff like that. Like small little details that I don't think anybody has caught, and I don't really expect them to. There are also some very, very rare occurrences. I believe there's one secret that is like 20 in 1700 chance to trigger. And I put it there solely so that whoever activates it and is unfortunate enough to activate this secret will shit themselves. And then nobody will believe what they're saying because it's so astronomically rare that nobody else can trigger it. I did it solely to fuck with people. That's what I'm trying to say. There is one thing like that where it is intentionally just to fuck with people and nothing else. So here we are, Medium Forest. So this is the first like
Eddie
major
Boy
area.
94 said, like a fucking schoolyard rumor.
I think most of the places has actually found this hidden treasure chest. I'm pretty sure most of them did find that. It's not very well hidden, and that's intentional. It's supposed to be obvious that it's there. But I think a couple of people did kind of not catch that one and just kind of walked past. Also, I'm just clipping through stuff, because I'm cheating. But yeah. This area here was, like I said, probably one of the earlier ones that I came up with, but it wasn't something that I finished until quite a bit later on. Also, it's home to the daffodils. I love the daffodils so fucking much. God damn it. The daffodils are my favourite encounter in this game because it looks so much like it's just the environment, and people will try to walk over them, and then they walk into them, and it's like, oh, it's a daffodil. Oh, okay, I'll just attack it, that's fine. And then it quickly becomes apparent why this is a bad idea. Because, oh, there's a second one. Oh, that's fine. Oh, I'm poisoned. Oh, that's bad.
Jordan_SDS said,
Oh, there's a third one.
bugs.
Oh, that's fine. I don't have it on the faster fucking animation speed, god damn it. I normally play on the max animation speed just because it's easier to test. Oh, there's a fourth one! Yeah, that fight normally kills everybody that comes across it for the first time. It's really fucking funny. It's easily my favourite fight in the game, just because people's reactions to it are, it's just a single plan. Oh, there's two. Oh, there's three. Oh, I'm dead. But yeah, here's Sophia. I won't be able to do this fight because I am underleveled. Because I've been kind of skipping encounters in the minute. You come out on the other side. And then you make your way to Midden. This guy, I believe, does have dialogue, yes. You look really familiar. Maybe you met my brother in Kagafar. He would see you there. Your brother runs in the family. Yeah. You want a room? Oh, that's a good point, actually. He talks about trying to just make a living, and then he asks if you want a room, even though it doesn't actually cost anything to sleep. It used to cost money to sleep. In earlier versions, it did actually used to cost money. But that was removed because it just kind of got to a point where if you were on low health and you needed to, like, fully heal, there was no way to do it. If you didn't have any money. Like, you were just soft-locked, basically. So it was kind of necessary as kind of like a soft lock prevention measure, is the main reason that it's free. The manor? The door is locked. Yep.
Eddie Boy 94 said, I'm still thinking about Pyramid Island.
So here we are in Dune with the Oasis. What are these things? If only they will become relevant later on. There's also this house. I think I only saw like 1 or 2 people actually find and enter this house in playtests. Which is, I think, fascinating, because this house has some of the most interesting, like, lore in the game, in my opinion. Because there's these letters here talking about creating a living construct. Oh, it assumes you have Sophia in your party here because you're supposed to have her. It's talking about a chromatic seal. That's supposed to be a bit of a hint. Something to do with colour-coded levers. I wonder if this is important. Whoever left here isn't in a hurry. Then there's these books, which are, coincidentally, all by Jeremiah Wise. I say coincidentally, it's not... Actually, no, wait. Cycle of Nature's by Barry Cooper, isn't it? Yeah, that's by Barry Cooper. The rest of these are all by Jeremiah Wise. And then we have Dune itself with the single side quests of kill this, don't do it. Oh, actually, the this place, yeah, I wanted to have like a bazaar kind of area in the game from like early on, like in Dune, but it was kind of hard to come up with items that actually would fit. So eventually I just decided that the items that you get here are the items, what do you call it? The items from kind of after you finish Dune. So you can kind of get access to items earlier here, but you get access to all these same items later on anyway. It's kind of the main thing. Except for this book. This is the only item in the game that is unique to this specific room. And you don't get told what it does. If you choose buy, you can see all the stuff. Technically, you can actually buy these for this ridiculous amount of money, but this is only here so that you can buy them, is the real reason they cost so much. Yeah, it's just so you can actually see the stats of all the items in here. Oh, I just forgot actually. Wait. Something I just remembered. Talking about the main menu earlier on, there was something about the main menu that I forgot to mention, which is, there were a ton of main menu themes that were unused. Also, this is all the music that is actually in the project file itself. A lot of this is unused. The ones that were actually used in the game have these prefixes like battle, cut, the cutscene, dungeon, ending, the free endings, there's free endings, int for interiors, menu. There were a lot of different songs for the menu and the credits. And there's this one, which doesn't have a name, it's just Muse _ of world A, B, and C for different vehicles. And then all the towns. And some of these are early names, like Frostbar instead of Shiverbar, Aqua instead of Aqua, Midden instead of Midden. It's spelled different. And I believe Port is for Port Magnus. Oh, Port Magnus used to be called Aleport. That's what it used to be called. It used to be called Aleport. But it was later renamed to Port Magnus. Because the thing about Incagafaria is they're kind of really, really into Magnus. They're really into Magnus, and you get that feeling if you read all the books in the library. Or if you just like go for all the random lore stuff. Like you kind of get the vibe. Yeah, these people are kind of obsessed with Magnus. So... But yeah, no, there were other menu themes. So obviously this is the final one. The one that is on Spotify and Bandcamp and other streaming platforms. Here it is in the menu credits. Same thing but faster. But there used to be other ones. The very first, I guess Pre-Alpha was the very first credits theme that I tried. I believe this was also the menu theme at one point. I think it was slowed down a bit though. I think it was more like this. So this could, in an alternate universe, this was the menu theme. In an alternate reality that we don't live in. This could have been it. And then the next one was this one. Oh, yeah, no, this one was slower as well. I think, like 90%. This one was to tie in more with the final boss theme, because this one sounds pretty similar to the final boss theme, but then I decided that I didn't like it that much, so I replaced it. What was the original title theme? Oh, this! No, this was the menu theme for so long. I believe it was at this speed. Maybe slower even. It was like 70 or 80%. It was something like this. Oh my god, this brings back memories. This was the original menu theme. And I left them in the files just because I knew it would be fascinating to go back and look at this years later. And I'm glad I did. And then this was the second one. This is just seasons! Wait! Wait a sec! Wait a fucking sec, hold on. Wait a fucking second. Wait. This is just seasons. So I guess before I settled on the final song that I made, I was originally just using seasons as a placeholder. That's wild. It fades in sooner as well. That's a different version of seasons than the one that was actually released. It's faster. Am I crazy? That's like slightly faster. Wait. No, that is fast. That's 100% faster. No, that is way faster. Whoa, hold on. So not only are we talking about the development of Aretisia here, we're also talking about fucking seasons. It sounds like it's basically the same as the final song, though. It's just faster. That's crazy. There's also this, just straight up seasons. I just use this just to test something, I'm pretty sure. This is another different cut? Wait, this one didn't even fade in. Wait, is this different again? It seems the same speed. This one might be an early version of Seasons, actually. It is. This is an early version of Seasons, oh my god. So that tells you around what time this was made. Because Seasons came out in 2019. And this is an early version of Seasons. Oh, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. I think this means that the ending solo is going to be completely different, because I'm pretty sure I redid the solo in Seasons a couple times. Just gonna drink some water while I wait. That sounds so fucking different, what the fuck? That sounds so different, what the fuck? It's hard to believe this is the same song, like, genuinely, to me.
Twix314 said, "Goes hard."
I'm just waiting for the ending solo, because I know it's gonna be different. It's 100% gonna be different. Whoa, why is it like that? Whoa, hold on. That is not like the final song. What the fuck? Wait. I need to find the actual sound file where... Well, here we are, the solo at the end. How different is this gonna sound, is my question. Oh, it's so much slower. It's pretty much the same. Okay, that seems about the same from there to the end. But yeah, like, no, hold on. Like, that's crazy, though. Like, just finding this just in the fucking files is a crazy discovery. What the fuck? Like, Jesus Christ, why is that so different? Wait, hold on. Yeah, something's from, like, here. That just sounds so much, I don't know. Yeah, it just sounds way different. It's missing a lot of notes in between. It's missing a lot of notes, is the thing. Yeah, that's what's happening. It's just there's a lot of notes that are just not there. Huh. That's fascinating. And then just to fucking cleanse the palate, because Jesus Christ, that ending solo made me sad. Yeah, no, that's just depressing. Yeah, well, you can tell it's an early version of the same song. What that's doing in the files? Could not tell you. I kind of want to check the other like version though, the like title screen version. Because I wonder if the solo's the same in that one. Yeah, it's still the only solo, huh? That's interesting. Actually, is it? Oh wait, no, I don't think it is. I think that is actually the final song, it's just it's faster. Huh. Yeah, no, it is the final song, it's just faster. Okay. Weird. I don't know why there's a faster version of the final song in there, but sure. Do whatever you will. And then we have, obviously, still one more early credits theme, which was this one. This might actually be Seasons again. Yeah, it's just Seasons again. Is this the same one though, or is this, whoops. Yeah, of course Windows Media Player can't fucking play it. Wrong program. Yeah, no, that is the final version. Okay, so there's just like fucking Seasons in there as a placeholder, I guess, before I actually finished the real like main theme for the game. Heather. Anyway, back to this. Trying to think now about what actually. Is there anything here that actually changed? I think because of the like stat changes, even the economy was like it used to be inflated by like 10 times. So when I divided all the stats by 10, I think I also divided the like money of everything by 10. But I forgot to change the money for this guy. So you need to spend I think like 200 to progress at this point. That used to be like 1,000. And with all the economy changes, it was impossible to get that money if you like spent it all. So yep. Don't forget. And then you get the key for the mana. Oh boy, the mana.
Eddie Boy 94 said, "Don't be poor."
So the mana is interesting because this was one of the later areas that I added to the game. And it was kind of just more of a, like, you know, I was trying to just cover all my bases, right? Because, like, if we just stop for a second, like, look at everything here, right? We have very, very tree-heavy, kind of, like, grassy area, and the actual, like, main dungeon for this area is the Sylvan, which is this kind of, like, big jungly area. Hi! this big, like, jungly area. So we have kind of like a jungly area covered, right? In Shivermore, we have this kind of, like, snow forest. In Midden, we have this... Hi! We have this grassy forest with a fountain. We have this oasis that you can visit. We have this ice palace. We have these mines. There's 2 sets of mines in the game. One of them is like more puzzle oriented, which is this one. And then the other one is the obviously the other mine, the main mine, the mine that I cannot find for some reason. Is it under interiors? Yeah, here it is. This mine. The one at the very start of the game, which is more just like a leveling area. So we have kind of like this whole variety of stuff, right? So I was thinking, what have I not got in here? And then I thought, what if I just make more of like a spooky zone? And you know, what's one of the most influential spooky games of all time? Resident Evil. Where is Resident Evil set? A mansion. Here we are! I believe that was the exact thought process that led to this. It was more just for variety than anything else. It was literally just for, like, area variety. Because, you know, spooky mansion's always fun to go through, right? And it comes at a point in the game where, in terms of story...
Luigi's Mansion.
Luigi's Mansion as well, that's true. There's a lot of games that are set in mansions and spooky. But yeah, so the main concept was literally that, just spooky haunted mansion. So I wanted this to be a slower paced area, a more kind of like puzzle oriented place, where if you want to get through it you have to like actually interact with stuff. And luckily, nobody got stuck. I don't think anybody got stuck here during playtests, which... Huge win. Huge fucking win. Huge dub. Also, there's a spooky ghost here. That just kind of disappears when you get close. But yeah, the shelf has been tipped over. I think most of the people that played did find this box. I think most people figured out that box existed. And most people did manage to figure out the key that you need is in there. And that key, of course, leads to this room. Actually, no, it doesn't lead to this room, it leads to this chest. Which has a strange book. And this is one of my favourite features of this map. Did you catch it? Did you catch it? I think some people during playtests caught this, some people didn't, and I think at least one person tried to report this as a bug. And I told them, no, 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 that's not a bug. That is very intentional. But yeah, I think someone might have been a bit confused about where to put the book, but I think if you interacted with the altar before you get the book, it tells you that there's supposed to be a book here, basically. Also, the door opens.
Jordan_SDS said, wasn't it originally unintended when you first made it?
Okay, so here's the thing, right? When I made this area, I created this storage room first. And then originally this door works, this door did send you to the correct place. But then what I did was I copy and pasted that door to create this door, and that had the side effects of when you leave this room. Oh no, sorry, I copy and pasted the room is what I did, and then I just like changed the stuff that was in the room. So when you left the room, it sent you here, and when you left this room, it sent you also here. And I was like, huh, actually, wait, that's kind of cool that, like, for the Spooky Haunted Mansion, when you leave the room, you end up in a different place from where you came in. So I intentionally made both doors send you to the wrong exit. Just because I thought it was a cool, like a cool little thing. It seems unintended, but it is very, very intended. Originally, it was unintended, but I just liked it, so I left it in. It does kind of confuse you, though, if you're not paying attention, then you try to leave and you're like, oh, yeah, so this door's here, right? So if I want to go through the middle, I have to hold left. But it sends you to the wrong exit, so you actually have to hold right. It's very, very funny. I love it a lot. Blank. Rope. Oh yeah, all the items in this area have descriptions as well. I don't think anyone actually read them, though. Can be used for many things. Most relevantly, it can be used to climb down hurdles. Yeah, I think the book also has a description, and the, the plank also has a description. The book is a strange book that describes a summoning ritual. Yep. And then there is, where is it? Plank. Could be used to cross something if needed. All these items have descriptions. Every single one of them. Most people are not going to read them, but they're there. Conduit. Yeah, so like I said, I believe most people did figure out that they could go over here after dropping the crate to get the circle of infusion. I think some people might have not noticed, maybe, I'm not sure. Also, if you don't drop the box, this never appears here. This only appears if you actually drop the box upstairs. Obviously. This is perhaps one of my favourite areas as well, though. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but since this was like the puzzle area, I wanted to have more of like a puzzle thing going on. So here you get introduced to a wacky mechanic where you press switches to swap the state of these, leading into this puzzle. I think everybody's first reaction to this puzzle is, oh god, what the fuck am I looking at? But I think everybody manages to get through this just fine in the end. Like, it's not actually that difficult. In fact, you can do this in, like, I think maybe, like, 5 or 6 steps. It's just this. Red, green, yellow, green... No. Red, green, yellow, then it's red, green. That's it. Red, green, yellow, red, green. That's all it is. No? Red, green, yellow, red, yellow. That's what it is. It's been so long. It's something like that. I knew the like vague orientation. You don't need blue at all. Blue is completely irrelevant to the solution. And then once you're there, you can just simply hit blue to leave, and then you can just leave like that. Just get out. And then you decide what's on the right side of the room. Oh boy! Another step to the puzzle. So for this to work, you basically just need to get all of the lights up to the, I believe it's the bottom? It was red and yellow that were active. Yeah, you need to have all the lights on the bottom. There's a really simple, like, solution for this as well, but I never remember what it is. Because doing that gets you stuck. Good news is I can cheat, so I'm just gonna cheat. There's a solution to that somewhere, you can figure it out. It's like, it's not that hard to figure out. And then you get through here. This was something that I had planned for so long. So long.
Eddie Boy
There's this
94
chest.
said, cheating as per usual.
And your reward for completing the second stage of the puzzle is a cursed chest. That's locked. Oh, I love this so much. People struggle through the puzzle for so long, and then it's like, yeah, time to go get that chest, and then it's like, oh, it's locked. It's so funny. But this, you can open this chest later on, and the description here saying you definitely feel like this chest is cursed is to put it in your head that, oh, this chest is cursed, so that you remember this as the cursed chest. So that later on when you find the cursed key, you remember, oh, there was that one chest that was locked that was cursed, and then you realise you can go open it now. I don't know if that worked, because I don't know if anyone... I'm not aware of anyone during playtesting that actually got to that point in the game. Like, I believe most of the playtesters kind of dropped off before the curse key was added, but this guy, this fight, the Spiritor fight... Oh, fucking... Okay, this is a gimmick fight. And what I mean by gimmick fight is that it's a fight that is pretty much just solely based on one gimmick. And since I don't have Sophia, I'm not even going to be able to do this. But this fight is solely based on the idea that he will summon spirits. And if you do not kill them within, I believe, 2 turns, they will try to possess your party members. And if all your party members are possessed, you lose. So you really need to focus on these, and the problem is balancing these was a nightmare. Even up until like the very final playtests before the game came out, these things had too much health. And it was...
Jordan_SDS said, remember when they did it first turn and had 5 times as much HP?
Their health has been nerfed countless times, and even now, their health might still be slightly too high. Potentially. These things were fucking infuriating to balance. And maybe the fight is fine now. Maybe. I haven't properly tested them. Maybe this fight is still a huge difficulty spike. If there's one fight in the game that actually is a difficulty spike that's required to beat the game, it's this one. And I don't know if it's fixed or not. But yeah, with only one person that can attack, this is not... I'm gonna lose the fight here. Oh yeah, also if you get the health down low enough, they will just die instantly. Like that. You don't actually need to kill them exactly on your turn. As long as you get the health down very, very low, I think it's within 5%, they will die. It seems like they die pretty quick now, actually, so it seems like it's probably okay. But yeah. Spirit fight. That was a fight of all time. And once you do it, ghosts start appearing in the manor as well once you finish the fight. That was pretty simple to implement, although there was one issue, which is that I believe there were like a group of spirits that could get stuck on the rope, and they would just not leave the rope, so you just have to wait until they leave, but they never would. I eventually fixed that, but yeah, it's... Ugh. But enough about that. Let's go over to the test room real quick so that I can actually start showing some other stuff. This is a room that I don't believe exists in the final game's files. I'm pretty sure I deleted this from the final game's files so that you couldn't access it. This room is a test room, obviously. Everything here does something. It's been so long, I don't entirely remember everything that happens. This blue crystal is very important. No, it's not. This is not important. Now I have a timer. This purple crystal is very important. Gain the arc. This is a test item. A debug item. You can, through legitimate methods, unlock this item in the final game. But the process to unlock this item is so specific and requires you to effectively solve puzzles across the game's map, and also solve some puzzles out of the game. Like, you have to convert some shit to, like, figure out one of the solutions to get to the point of being able to unlock this item. This item is locked behind a side quest that, first of all, requires you to be in New Game Plus to activate, and also requires you to solve some pretty fucked up puzzles. I'm not going to spoil much more than that. All I'm going to say is this item is possible to unlock in-game, and good luck to anyone that decides to try and do it, because I'm not even convinced it's fully possible. I didn't fully test the everything related to this, although I'm like 99% sure it is doable. It's just very difficult. And one thing that you need to do to gain access to this item, if you fuck up, you have to do a New Game Plus playthrough to start again. One of the steps requires you to, like, do a full playthrough of New Game Plus. And you need to do very specific things during that playthrough. You need to meet specific criteria. Anyway, this allows you to teleport just about anywhere in the game, give yourself any weapon in the game, give yourself any armor in the game, give yourself any item in the game, any consumable item in the game, instantly full heal yourself, and also just restart the playthrough. It is very powerful. And will completely break the game if used inappropriately. So yeah, that is why it's locked behind crazy criteria, and if you manage to actually meet the criteria for it, there is a special reward. Anyone that can prove that they have met the criteria for it will receive a special reward. But that's never gonna happen, so. Anyway, now that I've got that out of the way, this person, I believe, just gives you fragments, yeah, which are special items, permanently increases max CP and HP by 10. This guy is just a battle test. That's all he is. He's just here to test certain battles, like the tutorial, some late game encounters. This is what I was using when I said earlier on that I was testing for like end game balance and like end game battles. This is what I mean. Commander times 2, Commander times 5, Harbinger, and not Spiritor. I think Spiritor was just here to test Spiritor fight. But these ones, these three, were here for testing like end game balance. This guy is cool. He lets you gain any party member, including Lance. And also over here, this guy sets you to New Game Plus. This little guy gives you all the armors. This guy gives you potions, but this was before I renamed all the potions, so I just called potion name number 1 to 5. This guy gives you the Tenebris Dominus items, including a cape, which is actually unused in the final game. You can tell because the description is very different to the other ones. Also, you can use it. You used to be able to combine the armor pieces just in your inventory, but that was moved to the end of the game as like an optional thing that you can do. Then down here, popping into ammo, irreversible. Let's ignore that for now. 500,000 XP, and then over here is 10,000 XP, so you can do that and level up.
Moko13 said, well, well, well.
Moko?
What do we have here?
That's crazy. Holy shit, Moko? Fatherco 13? Daddyco? Papa Moko? How have you been?
T-Side.
But yeah, so you can do that. This is a music room where also the walls, I believe, don't have oh no, they do. The walls used to not have collision here, and this allows you to see every single song in the game and just play them just straight up, including some of the stuff that you would normally see later on, like skeletal aerobics. Oh boy, the aerobic skeletons are still one of my favourite encounters in this game. This sends you to a special room that I'm going to immediately leave. This sends you to the end of Shivmore. This sends you to the Doom boss fight, so a lot of these are just for testing specific, like, areas of the game. I don't know why there's one for Port Magnus. Yeah, I don't know why there's one for Port Magnus, I'll be totally honest. I don't know why that's there. And then there's this one which doesn't...
I have been great. Thinking of making a comeback.
That's good. Where is it? Test room. Oh yeah. Where is this supposed to take you? Nowhere. I guess this was just a, like, temporary one in case I decided to add anything to it. Everything here, I believe, does something different. This one is a relic from an older version of the endgame. There used to be this here to sort of act as a replacement for sleeping at a tavern. Something at an inn, sorry. I don't call them taverns. This guy, I believe, gives you every... He gives you every sellable item in the game. And I think Deus coins? I don't know why he gives you Deus coins, but he does. This functions as a Orb of Secrets, so you can just interact with it and it'll just give you Orb of Secrets drops.
EddieBoy94 said, guard coins.
I don't know what that person did. That might be empty bottles. Oh no, this is the crafting person. Yeah, no, this is the person that gives you all the crafting items, so you can use it to, like, just test the crafting stuff. Funny, okay, fun thing. This crafting system was literally one of the first things that I made. It might actually be the first common event in the list. No, it's 14. But, yeah, it's pretty far down the, like, I might have moved it actually, because I swear to God this was one of the first things that I made. I made this before the Orb of Secrets. I made this before the Game Over stuff. I made this before... Ooh, wow, no, these are relics of older things. Outlapis and Interlapis, yeah, those were two very very early items that I came up with, two very first concepts that I came up with, actually, for the Innis Lapis, which is, appears later on. What does this person do? I don't know what this person does. I need to, like, look at what they actually do in the editor, because I don't know. Oh, this person gives you every quest. Okay. This one gives you infinite money. This one is Ad Ignitio stuff. And this one is status test? I guess I was testing status effects with this guy. But yeah, so I now have every quest, I guess. So there you go, there's all the quests in the game. That's all of them. Just like that. But besides that, let me just quickly go to Arc Champions and then teleport to somewhere that I can actually do something. Forest? I believe it's Forest is where I want to go. That didn't work. Huh? Why'd that not work? That doesn't work. Interesting. In that case, I guess I want to go to, oh, not being Kagafaria. And then midden? Midden. There we go. So I can go do the Minotaur fight real quick and just get that wrapped up. Although because I'm coming at it from the wrong angle, this cutscene might look a little weird. No, seems fine. But yeah, the god coins, these were reworked at one point because I think previously, early on, I think these were like one of the first items I came up with as well. These coins used to have a 50% chance to deal like 5,000 damage or something, or 0, or they would just do nothing. And then someone did a speed run where all they did was buy Deus coins and throw them at bosses. 50% chance is pretty high. So I decided to rework it so that it has a 50% chance of dealing 1 damage, and then a 50% chance of dealing 125, 250, 375, or 500. So it's a bit more of a range of damage instead of just drop dead. Yeah. It might kill, to be fair, if it actually deals damage, because I don't think the Minotaur, like, is that... It did 500. That rolled max damage. Okay. It rolled max. Okay. Dialogue. Who cares about Sophia's backstory? She's just here to make the game actually work properly. Oh yeah, Lance. So that was something that I showed earlier, right? So in the earlier versions, Lazarus was called George, that Tenebris Dominus was the Dark King. And Lance Weaver was also in the original, like, games from 2010. Lance was planned to be a playable character. You can even talk to him right here. He even has a coloured name as if he's going to be important. He does not join you. And if I go to the characters real quick, let me think. I believe he has, yeah, okay. So the class that Lance uses is Veteran. And if we look at these, right, you can see the parameter curves here, they're all pretty low. Because like I said, I divided all the stats by 10 at some point later on. So you can see, okay, Spirit is not used in the game, let me just say that. So as you can see, all these stat curves are pretty low, right? And then we go to Veteran. It's a bit higher. Max HP 900? Normally it's like 20. So that should give you an idea of how early Lance was cut from the game. He was cut so early on that he still uses the multiplied stats. Although his attack is like pretty low. I think his stats might have been updated at one point, but his health definitely was not. Like, holy shit. Yeah, so... Also, his stats are flat. That's something that I did at one point as well, the stats. It used to be, like, early on, there was a thing where none of the stats would actually grow with level. The only thing you would gain with level were new skills. The only way to increase stats was by equipping items. That was something that I used to have in the game. But I changed that because it just felt bad. It just kind of felt bad. So I changed it so you actually, like, got a few stat increases every few levels instead, like that. There's a lot of stuff that was foundationally bad, and I changed it. There's also a lot of stuff that was foundationally bad that is so deeply rooted into the game that I cannot change it. This was luckily something that I could change. I could completely rebalance all the stats as much as I wanted, it wouldn't break anything. But yeah. Lance, unfortunately, does not join the pie. But if I go back to the test room, he's here. you can get him to join. He's right here. Like I said, his stats are broken, so, like, he is kind of, like, in a weird hybrid state between two different versions of the game. One where all the stats were multiplied by 10, and one where all the stats were static. So he is a very strange character. Also, he has way more health than anyone else. Like, Jesus Christ. I think max health is actually capped at, like, 200. So he has more health than the actual cap. He would not work in the current game if he was to just add him in.
Moko13 said, not deep-rooted problems. Base level quirkiness.
Yeah, that's what we'll say. Base level quirkiness. That's exactly what we'll call it. Speaking of, there's a sort of like weird stuff with states as well. Like, a lot of these states were added early on, but some of them hadn't really changed that much. I believe the main thing is the durations that were changed. If I remember correctly, sleep used to be really long. Like, it used to be insanely strong. I think suppressed is actually still pretty strong as well, but I think it also used to last longer. Oh my god, the skill orders as well. Yeah. A lot of the skills were reworked multiple times. Also, you can see here the specials used to be called breaks. They're not called breaks anymore. Called specials. But yeah, they're kind of all grouped into the characters, so you have Poppy stuff here, bunch of enemy stuff, Jeremiah's stuff, Sophia's stuff. Sophia. She has been reworked a lot. Like, a lot. Let me just quickly open up the the earlier versions. Demo 2, Beta 32? No. I believe this one. Changelog? Is that what I'm looking for? Okay, this isn't actually the full changelog. This is just the public stuff that changed. The actual, like... oh god, the actual, like, changelogs for the test versions. Let me just quickly open this up real quick. Version changelog. Can I open this? Oh no, don't unlock it. No. I want to open in full view. There we go. There were a lot of changes, just between the, like, test versions. And a lot of stuff was based around skill reworks, because a lot of skills just did not work properly. Slightly reduced the effects of Enrage, as status that changed. Fixed enemies being unable to use multi-target skills properly, that was a problem. Changed master volumes, there we go, that's what I was talking about earlier. It used to be 50%, now it's 10. Reduced money needed for the propeller, this is what I was talking about earlier, where it used to cost like 1,000, now it's just 200. Reduced money he gives you, because again, accommodate the economy. Buffed armor. There were a lot of things that changed. Like, a crazy amount of things that changed. Lowered the crit multiplier. Crits used to do 3 times damage, now they do 2 times.
Cool. How long have you been working on this?
Well, hold on. When were these test builds? 2023. It goes back further though, like 2018. But yeah, the final test build was 2024, 8th of April. Oh man. And some of these updates had kind of like silly names as well. Like I believe one was called the Genocide Update. I don't remember why it was called the Genocide Update, but it was called the Genocide Update. What did it do? Oh, I renamed Final Ultimatum to Genocide, that's why. Yeah. A lot of the skills got renamed because the original names were just kind of shit, was the main thing. Yeah, there's a lot of very small stuff that changed. But Sophia, I think, underwent the biggest, like, actual skill changes. And most of her skill changes were focused around her status skills and Hunter's Mark. Mark all injured enemies, making them 3 times more vulnerable to damage. Chance starts at 10% per enemy, linearly increasing to 100% at half health. This changed like 4 times. If I go here somewhere, sudden death, this is what it used to be called.
94 said. Holy shit, Hunter's Mark, that's also a Hearthstone card. Smiley
Well,
face.
it used to be called sudden death. And if I go back a bit, I think I might actually still have posts up here. This is from, like, way earlier. These were Poppy's, like, early skill names. Heal 1, 2, 3, 4, cure 1, 2, 3, 4, revive 1, 2, 3, 4, ultimate heal, cure, revive. The second skill set is entirely combat based. This was Jeremiah's. I think Jeremiah's is pretty much the same. Let me just quickly go grab Jeremiah real quick. And I'll do it in, like, the proper way so the game doesn't shit itself. Crossmore. This is the wrong place. Shivermore, there we go, right, we're here. Quickly go do that. Oh, actually, I can grab the camping kit as well. If you do actually decide to, heaven forbid, try playing this for some reason, I would actually recommend coming here as soon as possible. Just ignore all the encounters, ignore every single one, come over here, grab this. The camping, and then just leave. And then just go back to doing whatever the fuck you were doing before. Because the camping kit genuinely makes the early game a lot easier. You do have to play a little out of order if you want to have, like, the smoothest experience, but, it is what it is. You can play without the camping kit as well, it's just that, like, it basically gives you the ability to rest anywhere as, up to 3 times. And then when you rest it in, it recharges, the free charges again. So it just kind of makes travelling around a bit easier. Jeremiah! There he is. So Jeremiah, he underwent a lot of changes. I'm pretty sure originally he used the same... Actually, no, did he? No, I think his leveling system was implemented from the start, but the way his leveling system works changed a bit. It used to be that he gained no XP at all from combat, but then that was changed to, I think, he gets half XP from combat compared to everyone else, and the reason is because his main way of leveling is just different to everyone else's. When you enter Shivmore for the first time, there is a building that you will probably notice, because it's kind of hard to miss. If you go here without Jeremiah, you get told, come back when you have Jeremiah, so it's kind of hard to not know what's going on. He gives him ice. I'm pretty sure the system was implemented from pretty much the beginning. Basically, he gets his skills from talking to Aretisia instead of leveling up like everyone else. And it also increases his level a bit as well. And if I don't use the pot properly, the snow will never disappear, because the snow is supposed to disappear when you use the pot. So I'm just gonna quickly grab all of... Actually, I don't have to, because there's the Aretisia stuff in the test room, so I'm just gonna quickly do that. Oh!
A snowball in July.
Oh, this is actually from an earlier version, where you used to have a choice on what element you wanted. In the final game, it's always fixed. So if you talk to him in the forest, you get Terror. If you talk to him in the mine, you get the dark skills. But in this, I guess this is still using the earlier choice like system, where you actually have to choose which one you want. And then once you're done with that, there is the what's it called? What's it called? The Oasis. That's the one. The Oasis. It's still snowing because I broke everything. Energy, and that's how you get all that. So if I just quickly take a look. Okay, the names were changed. I think obviously this is before everything was divided by 10 as well, because the costs are crazy. But yeah, no, most of these are still pretty similar. Rockfrow's the same.
Moko13 said, "Pretend I've been under a rock for the last 5 years." What's the elevator pitch for this game?
I made a world and I felt like it. The elevator pitch is... shit, what is the elevator pitch? What does it say on the HIO page? Let me have a look. In Tenebris Dominus, you plays Lazarus, son of a long-missing hero that ended one of the most devastating wars to strike humanity. The king calls upon you to ensure the entity responsible doesn't get resurrected, and along the way you are joined by many others with a shared goal and interest. Step into the world of Aretisia and save the future to come. There you go, that's the elevator pitch. This image is from an earlier point in development. This is the tutorial fight, but if you'll remember earlier, there was no ogre in the tutorial fight. It was 2 orcs. It used to be an ogre. That was changed because the ogre would sometimes kill you. And it was just a big health sponge. Wow, that's interesting that there's an in development picture actually on the page for it. I think this might be from earlier in development as well. 20%, I think that might be lower than the actual amount you get from potions nowadays. I wouldn't know because I don't have any potions. Okay. But yeah, it's mostly just I spent way too long writing up and developing this world, and I'm still, to this day, writing up and developing this world. A lot of stuff that's actually in this game is outdated. But that's because it was made at one point, and I think this is still fascinating as kind of like a look into a proto-version of that world now. And it's still snowing. It's never gonna stop snowing. Oh yeah, like I said, you can actually talk to everybody in the inns as well, and they, like, complain that you're not doing anything.
EddieBoy94 said, "A snowball in the test room?"
Oh yeah, so like I was saying earlier, there are, like, all these items you can interact with, and there will be different dialogue for it. So you want the old book? What's in it? That's gonna be sure. Well, what are you talking sales pitch? What are these hammers for? This is a joke about Oblivion! That is actually the purpose of this. This is just an Oblivion joke. These are repair hammers. Yes. Arrow weapons tend to get damaged as they are used, so why can't I just bring them to a blacksmith? You get shredded in the middle of nowhere. Well, I need a flat surface to hammer properly? What is hammering it even supposed to do? What is hammering it supposed to do? Fix it? I do not like durability systems. I really don't. This whole thing here was just to make a joke about that.
I get that. I did the same with my TTRPG world.
Yeah.
Ended up writing short stories in it because, well, I might as well use it for something.
I think I did actually write a short story that's kind of like a prequel to the events in this game, because the prologue for Tenebris Dominus talks a lot about the war, but you don't actually see anything. Everything you hear about the war in-game is just like past tense, like hearsay, like people are just talking about it. But I think I did actually write a full, like, short story at some point about the end of the war. It exists somewhere. I don't know where it is. It's probably really badly written. I would probably read it nowadays and, like, actually hate every second
All
of it.
fantasy WPRLDS are post-apocalyptic.
That's entirely valid. Anyway, I've been leaving the rope because the rope has the best description. Rope, bombs, lamp oil. You want it? I can see the rope, but where are the bombs and the lamp oil? That was an accident last week. I was trying to light some of the lamp oil, but it leaked and the bombs went off. The ropes are all I've got left. Thank you. CDI Zelda. Yeah, so this area here, Aqua, was actually one of the very first areas I made as well.
EddieBoy94 said, "It's the wrong order, Furious Smiley."
Yes, it's intentionally the wrong order because the item was a rope. The item was not a bomb or lamp oil. The rope was what you are looking at, so he says ropes first. That's the joke. Lamp oil, ropes, bombs. You want it? It's yours, my friend. Also the captain. I love the captain. There are so many characters in this game that I really do love that I've written. The captain is easily one of my favourite because he is just so dubious in his existence. Hold up. What did you say about the captain? What was it about the economy that we were talking about?
Well, they somehow kept it afloat single-handedly.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, hold on. What's the actual line? You're in your first welcome to Aqua. The captain. One of the finest seafaring vessels in the whole region. You'll soon from the spot churning off the kinds of goods, not sure the of the Arctic price. Basically, he's keeping the economy afloat because he's buying wood. Is the main thing. How do you make a living? Well, the people living here only really have two choices. You join the captain or you chop wood. He needs a lot of wood, so we sell it to him. Unfortunately for us, he realized he could buy wood from other places too. So now the economy is collapsing, I guess, because he's not buying as much wood. What were we talking about with the wood?
I'm just confused what he's using all the wood for.
Yeah, what is he using the wood for? Why does he need so much wood? He's such a dubious character. I don't know what his, like, purpose is.
Like, is he taking it overseas to sell it? In which case, where's he selling it?
Well,
Is there a nearby continent? Is an entire desert?
I mean, there is canonically another continent.
Is it just a desolate wasteland with no trees?
I don't know. But yeah, canonically there is another continent because if you go to the items... he also says far off lands. He trades with far off lands. But he also sells the exotic sword.
Which looks like a bit like a curved blade. That could be desert related.
It could be desert related, you're right. So maybe he just sells wood to places that don't have wood.
You can keep the economy afloat with one ship that way. It seems a bit... If your economy relies on one random guy's single boat, like if you had a fleet of ships, maybe.
Moko13 said, "One captain stops buying and these dudes need to diversify."
Yeah, so the entire like wood economy is based on this one guy. That's just how things are, I guess. But yeah, he also sells the broken plate. This left half of it. Why did you? I think I need it. But yeah, oh, bandanas as well. Bandanas used to do nothing, I'm pretty sure. Actually, I think they used to give you 1% crit chance and that was it. But someone really liked bandanas during playtesting, so I gave them actual stats, so they actually do something. A captain jacket is just the same as clothes, regular clothes that you can just get. This is the only place you can buy days coins as well. That's just how that is. Once you actually go here and you talk to the captain about the boat for the first time, he begins to just teleport. He learns the art of teleportation and will always follow exactly where you are. Also, if you actually have 1,000 silvers here, he will actually take them from you and just just rob you. But yeah, so this is something that... That's true! Yeah, hold on. Yeah, because when you use the boat... when you use the boat, he says, hoist the mast. Now, I don't think I need to tell you that hoist the mast isn't correct. But the thing is, I wrote this years ago. I didn't realise that it was incorrect at the time that I wrote it. And I only realised during playtests when somebody was like, wait, isn't hoist the mast wrong? Shouldn't it be hoist the sail? And then I just left it because it's kind of funny. And it kind of fits with his, like, eccentric character. I don't know, he's just this guy that buys a shit ton of wood and hoists his mast. But yeah, this is kind of the intended fast travel method as well. That's why the boat exists, mainly. Also, it's the only way to get to Shinmar.
Dubious teleporting NPCs. FromSoft will be proud.
Yeah, and also that's what the Sophia's for, and also why there was all the stuff in the end. Because yeah, so the teleportation. If I go up here real quick, if I just walk, as soon as I cross the bridge over here, if I go back again, he's no longer here. He's now teleported all the way back up to where he was before. So basically, every time you cross that bridge, he will teleport to stay on the side that you are currently on, just so that you always have access to him. It's a subtle thing, it's a minor thing, it was important. It's one of those things that you wouldn't ever think about unless I, like, point it out, but there it is. But yeah, so sudden death, I was talking about sudden death earlier. I'll come back to this because sudden death is kind of a clusterfuck. But what was I showing? Skills, early skills, yeah, that was it. These were Sophia's skills early on. She had vision 1 to 5. All these, like, stat boosting ones, and then all these status ones. I believe that is completely different. I believe some of those are still there, but not all of them. Have a look. Yeah, so the vision ones were changed. These were basically, she hits 2 targets, 3 targets, 4 targets, 5 targets, and 9 targets, I think. The ones in the middle all look the same. The names are a bit different, but they're otherwise the same. I removed the hyphens in call to arms. Very fascinating. Transfusion used to be very different. Transfusion is just a max health buff now, but it used to be a permanent health increase.
EddieBoy94 said.
So every time
Call
you
to
would use
arms
it,
is
it
another
would
Hearthstone card.
permanently increase the
Smiley
max health of
face.
everyone in the party. And that was changed for obvious reasons, because it's kind of a little extreme. The ones on the side, I believe the only change here is they were moved. Oh no, optical shock was added. I think concussion was replaced with optical. Yeah, no, that's what happened, yeah. Points to the same sleep agent and suppressing fire was swapped because suppression is stronger than sleep. So having sleep be the last one made no sense. And then concussion, I believe that confused them. But confusion seemed kind of strong, so I replaced it with blindness instead. Since that was kind of more practical than... and kind of more fun to play around, I think. And then Hunter's Mark. Okay. So... Sudden Death, Hunter's Mark. Sudden Death used to be, very originally, it was a 5% flat chance to instantly kill whoever you pick. Just, you pick someone, there is a 5% chance they just drop dead. That is what it was. That was later reworked to be kind of more similar to how it is now, where it was an increasing chance based on the health remaining, so the lower the health they have, the higher the chance they will die when you use it. But to get it to work like that, I had to make it so it targets everyone. So everyone will be, you know, subject to, like, a roll to see, will you die or not? And the chance, I believe, started at 50% and went increased to 100% as the health dropped to 0%. So basically it was, if they were at half health, you would have a 1% chance to kill them. If they were at 1% health, you would have a 99% chance to kill them, basically. So that changed again later on. It changed from that to a marking skill, because instantly killing is kind of crazy strong. But because it's still scaled with health loss, it was a little strange, because it meant they were, like, if by the time it activated, they would already almost be dead. So you would effectively be spending a shit ton of energy to increase the damage that you deal for like one turn, and then they're dead. Which was kind of weird. So I moved it around again so that it's the other way. So when they're at max health, you have a 10% chance to mark them, and when they get to half health, it's a 100% chance. So it still works for kind of like finishing off wounded enemies, but also it's more practical when they're at high health as well, so that you have a chance of actually like getting in some crazy damage early on. Is the main thing. That's the main way that it was reworked, because it just didn't feel right any other way. Like, the instant kill was, like, it just didn't seem worth it. Like, yeah, you could just spam sudden death on the final boss and just hope you get a 5% chance, and it's like, oh, that's kind of lame. You could use it as like a finishing move, but it costs a crazy amount to use it, so and also it's still chance-based, so it's like, it just didn't really seem worth using it. I guess we can just attack them instead, or use something else which deals guaranteed like high damage. It just didn't make a whole lot of sense to use it in any of those cases, so I think making it a mark that increases in chance, but also works at full health, is better than everything else that it ever was. In other words, I made shitty balancing decisions and then I had to fix it later. That's the main thing. I think I actually had like a whole update just about fucking, what do you call it? Sudden death. Because the way sudden death had been reworked like over the years was kind of crazy. Wait, is that the original sudden death? That's the original sudden death, yeah. Yeah, this is the one that that kills every enemy based on like a percentage based on their current health. Before it was reworked to be a mark instead. And if I go to this, you can see here, this is the formula right here. I've just written it out in plain text just to make it easier to understand. It gets the percentage of HP remaining, 0 to 100. Starts at 10% chance to activate, increases to 100% by 50% health remaining. And this just explains how it works. If the percentage of HP is less than random, trigger the status. Random max 110, random in 51. Simple as that. Pretty straightforward. And then as you can see, it iterates through every enemy just to make sure that it's actually doing it. And there it is. Sudden death chance equals current HP times 100 divided max HP, random 51, 110. That's that. That is how it do. Yeah. Yeah, that's that. But then obviously, patience. This is a skill that I added later on because Sophia was kind of useless.
Moko13 said. And there you have it.
And there you have it. Like, early, like, even though she has all this, like, cool shit to play around with, ask anyone during the, like, early playtesting sessions, she was useless. She would die constantly, her skills either wouldn't work, or they would give a pretty insignificant benefit. And her real, like, main use was just as a damage dealer. Even though she was meant to be, like, a support character with, like, over half of her skills being, like, status-oriented. They were just bad. Like, the best way to use her was just to focus on the fucking vision skills, which just did crazy amounts of damage. And that's why they were removed and replaced with Descending Mist, so that she doesn't get a damage skill at level 1. Well, she does get a damage skill at level 1, it's just that it requires you to wait a turn. And then you can get increased hit chance and crit chance, and also evasion, which is nice. And then Terror Cloak is the same thing, but better. Double Down is the old original vision, but it deals reduced damage. Patience was new. This was just a completely new skill that I came up with just because I needed something to fill the gap, so it kind of turns her more into a sniper, I guess? It's basically every time you don't use this skill, the damage bonus of this skill will increase by 50%. So it's optimal to just kind of just let her keep building up stacks of this and then just unleash it all, like, when you really need it. But it's kind of like, if you wait too long, the damage boost isn't going to be relevant anymore, right? So it's kind of like you have to find that sweet spot of damage to health remaining where it's like, it becomes kind of actually useful to use it. And also it can still miss. But you can use Descending Mist before it to increase the hit chance and crit chance of it. And it can crit, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it can crit. Let me have a look. Yeah, no, it can crit. So if you get a crit on it, you can deal double damage. So it can deal even more damage. So this was kind of my solution to making her still able to deal damage, but, you know, have it be more balanced and thoughtful in how you use it instead of just spam it every turn until she runs out of energy and then start over again. And then Blot is just Vision 2. Is it? No. No, this is Vision 3. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, I guess Vision 3 made it in as well. Those were the, like, only two kind of, like, remaining skills from the original, like, damage set that she had. And then Poppy, here she is. All of her only healing skills. All different types of healing. I still don't know which of these healing skills is actually the most efficient. Somebody out there can probably figure out, like, an efficient, like which one of these is the best to use at any given moment, but I just kind of use whichever one feels right. I'm not sure if there is, like, a single best option, which is probably a good thing. Because Rejuvenation can crit for double healing, which effectively makes it the same, it makes it better than Restoration. Because it can heal for 160% energy power, while Restoration is only 150%, but it can't crit. But also, it only costs 2 extra energy, so there's, like, not really much of a point, like, difference. So if you really need big healing, then Restoration's where you go. If you don't need big healing, but you could potentially use big healing, then Rejuvenation is fine. Recovery just heals everyone. It's kind of like the only, like, group heal that you've got. Yeah, I don't think any of these are, like, explicitly better than the rest. Also depends on crit chance as well, because if you increase her crit chance, then she will crit more often, which means Rejuvenation could be better than Restoration in that case. Blech. Blech. Stabilization used to be called Alarm Clock, by the way. That's why it reduces speed by 25%, because it was an alarm clock. It was renamed because alarm clock is stupid. That's the main reason. It was just a silly name. But yeah. So if I just quickly head back to... I'm trying to think, is there anything else that I need to talk about urgently, like on the main, like, direct path throughout the game? Well, there's the the temple. Oh, Dune Temple. Yeah, okay, Dune Temple underwent a lot of changes. The actual layout of the temple itself has always been the same. It's always looked exactly like this. But the puzzles within the temple... I'm sure anyone that actually playtested this right now is having horrific flashbacks. And I am sorry. I apologize. I don't know what I was thinking. And I shouldn't have created the puzzles in the state that they originally existed in. So originally, this whole right side of the area over here, I don't think this actually existed. I think I added this later on, actually. No, this is the only part that didn't exist originally. This top room was a lot bigger. Actually, I might be able to... Hold on. If I just quickly go over here, save... If I copy this save across into an older version of the game... Oh god. I think this might be the earliest, like, test version, so I'm gonna put it into here. Save, put that there. So it's supposed to be file 1 dot RPG save, and then I will run that. Hopefully it should work. I don't imagine it won't work. It might have some strange side effects, but it should work. Assuming it opens. I might have to close the game. I might have to close the, like, test version for it to work. There we go. Oh wow, this is old. You can tell this is old. Holy shit. So yeah, this is a version from 2021. You can see the UI looks different. I believe the volumes are like this because I've changed the settings at some point, so that's why the settings are kind of weird, but... Yeah, this was the old save menu of the 16 saves. Looks like it worked. Should be able to load it. So this was the original puzzle. Okay. This was the original puzzle before I changed it. You walk in, there are just these 4 levers here, and there's the Orb of Secrets right here, just chilling in the middle of the open. You walk down here. In this temple lies a secret room inside which is a burial tomb. Within the tomb are greatest treasure hidden with the pull of many levers. It's not levers. A riddle, we don't have time for this. Within this temple we found 2 orbs with strange properties. Within Dune's singular oasis lies a gate to an unknown location. In times of dire need, forget looking outside the box. Turn the box upside down. I don't know what that hint is supposed to convey, to be totally honest. But 2 orbs, okay, well 2 red, right? Well there's 2 red here, so... 2 red. And then singular oasis, oasis is green, so green, right? Are you starting to see the problem with this puzzle? Forget looking outside the box, turn the box upside down. Okay, so 2 green, 1 red? That's really badly conveyed, but sure. What about up here? The tomb is sealed by 2 layers of energy. Okay. And this one doesn't work. I'm pretty sure there is actually a message on this, but it's just not set up right so you can actually read it. So, the tomb is sealed by 2 layers of energy. Okay, well energy is purple. Red and blue make purple, so...
Twix314 said. Starby.
So like this? can see the problem with this puzzle. It's not very clear. It's not very clear what exactly you're supposed to do. And this was exactly the problem that every single person who played this had. It was not obvious at all what the solution was. The first part you could kind of trial and error guess it, because... Oh, wait, is it because of this part? Forget looking outside the box, turn the box upside. Is it supposed to be backwards?
Eddie Boy 94 said, I probably could have figured it out.
Wait, what? Yeah, no, this puzzle sucks. Yeah, no, I get why. I think that might have been a bug, and I might have fixed it. But I'm pretty sure the intended solution was to do 2 green, 2 yellow, instead of 2 red, 2 blue, because turn the box upside down. You're supposed to do the opposite of what it says, but that isn't conveyed very well at all, and it's very, very dog shit. So this is the new puzzle. This is what it was replaced with. So you walk in, and you're immediately sealed off. This is the only way you can go. The tomb is locked by a chromatic seal of energy. That's purple, and we have red and blue. Okay. Seems like matching the colours with the plaque was the key. Great! A direct hint. Cool! That's an improvement. The world around us contains many wonderful colours. Only after observing them all may the door to enlightenment open. Okay. What happens if I try to use these levers again? It's locked in place. Now you know that you don't have to worry about these levers anymore. Cool, great. So we only have to focus on the ones on this side. Incredible. So what is this? The world around us contains many wonderful colours. Only after observing them all may the door to enlightenment open. So, well, there was a colour on this plaque, right? So what about here? Under the sun and moon. 1 yellow? Well, there's yellow. Let's go do yellow, sure. What's over here? Master of Darkness will take away all that made him hell. So 1 red. 2 red? I'm gonna assume 2 red, because I saw red twice. That makes sense. That is a logical assumption. Purple. So that's blue and red and yellow. Okay. So 1 blue, 1 red, and then yellow. Hey, look at that! The puzzle makes sense! Wow! And then we have this room, this infamous room. The way forward is treacherous, but if you wish to proceed, 4 levers are the only thing you will need. Within this temple we found 2 orbs with strange properties. Inside them we found nothing, but nothing is blue. Okay. Within Dune 1, yellow 1, singular oasis, lies a gate to an unknown... That's pretty similar to the old hint, actually. That's like pretty much word for word the exact same hint. You should not trust your vision. Numbers cannot lie, but colours are subjective. Yellow and red can be as easily confused as green and blue. Oh my god, it tells you the colours are backwards? Holy shit! Okay, so what was it? Yellow and red. So 1 red, 2 yellow? Okay. And then blue and green are backwards, so there was no blue, and green was 1, right? So it should be 1 blue. Wow! It's actually solvable! Holy shit! It's crazy how the puzzle is now logical, and you can solve it using logic instead of just having to fucking guess. And then they walk in place, because the puzzle's done. There's also the stack of crates. Just a stack of boxes. Yeah, that's all there is to it. Yeah, so this puzzle underwent a lot of changes, mostly because people could not figure out the meaning of this original hint. Because all it said was something about how you need to turn your, like, viewpoint upside down. Or, like, I think I tried rewording it at one point, something like, you need to look at things from another perspective, you need to flip your angle, something like that. I tried to come up with a lot of different ways to hint at the fact that you need to swap the colours, but without directly saying, the colours are wrong. People can't figure that out, because it's not obvious enough. So what I've learned from this is, make it obvious, because otherwise, nobody will fucking solve the puzzle, and then nobody can proceed in the game. If you're making a puzzle based around misdirection, maybe don't make it based around misdirection. Or at the very least, have a hint that tells you, hey, what you think is right isn't right. Like, just directly tell you, like, hey, the hints you've been given are not 100% correct. Because otherwise people will just assume that the hints are real.
Rocco13 said, My favorite puzzle is locking the player in a room with a timer, a button that resets the timer, and danger. The implication is the timer running out kills them, but the only way out is to let the timer reach 0.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, all I learned from making that puzzle is people will inherently trust the hints that you give them, because if the hints that you give them do not imply that the hints are wrong, then the hints are the only thing they have to go on, and they are the only thing to trust, right? So if the hints are intentionally wrong, you need to tell people the hints are intentionally wrong, because otherwise they're not going to figure it out without a lot of trial and error. Bad, dumb game design. Bad, dumb. But yeah, XII-R. I don't think much has actually changed with XII-R, to be honest. Because XII-R was one of the last areas I actually designed.
EddieBoy94 said, If you wrote the hints, I wouldn't have trusted them anyway.
So what, you would have just walked around flipping levers for like 20 minutes? For 2 hours? But yeah, XII-R, so it's important that I explain how this game was developed, right? Because as I've said before, I started by making this sort of endgame stuff first, just to get a feel for how the game would be at the high level, like towards the end. And then I went back to sort of do low level stuff. And that meant that all the stuff in the middle was not finished or even started for a really long time. I didn't start working on XII-R Forest properly until I actually had finished everything up to this point. And if I open up the Discord thing again, you can see Demo 1 only consisted of all the content up to the end of Dune. Demo 2 will be XII-R up to the end of the Sylvan, the second and third major areas respectively. So by the time I released Demo 1, XII-R was not finished. Like, it was barely even started. Like, I think I had, like, a very loose layout, and that was it. I didn't actually have, like, anything that was really playable. So this area was made super fucking late into the game. And as a result, there isn't really a whole lot to say. Like, most of the stuff in this area was just there from the start. We have this dragon. This dragon's kind of funny, I guess. Let me try something. Havos unquam consecta elite bibendum. What terror was that? The dragons at least speak Old Minish. This is XII-R. Yeah, it's called common for a reason. I think this is the only point in the whole game where I've ever referred to a language called Common. And it was just because I needed to, like, explain how everybody can talk to each other. That was it. Then it's told, it's like some amalgamation of Swedish and Norwegian. So each region has a specific language tied to it. In Kagafaria and Midia, use Latin. But I think in the universe, it's explained that they are very slightly different versions. That are, like, the languages are slightly different, so they're not exactly the same language and not entirely compatible. XII-R is a mix of, like, Scandinavian languages because, haha, cold.
Like minions speak. Smiley face.
So that's all the
Moko
stuff
13
in.
said. It's called Common for a reason.
So all the stuff
Get
in
wrecked,
XII-R
Normies.
is like very Scandinavian. Fuck, what's the inn called? The inn has a name. It's no. Shit. It translates to like cold half or something, but I don't remember what it's called. Yeah. Really want to go check. Oh, the shop! Yeah, no, because every shop in the game has items that you can interact with. The one in XII-R is really funny. I really like the ones in XII-R. Well, the first of all, the inn. What's it called? Coltledstead. That's it, Coltledstead. And also, while you're here, you get like a lot of dialogue about how XII-R is unhappy with, I don't know, colonialism or something. Anyway, point is, that's right, solid freaking gold, baby. I'm a millionaire. You're so incredibly poor. Tell me the name of one other person in this godforsaken wasteland that has solid gold sitting on their table. I'll kill them. That's a joke.
Jordan _
Probably.
SDS said.
I'm rich. I can get
Not
away
this
with
man.
murder. No rich person has ever needed to declare their wealth. Isn't that the truth? That's a good joke. Please buy my stuff, I'll leave. What a drink. No rich person has ever needed to declare their wealth. Ain't that the truth? The cutting social commentary. Yeah, no, I love this guy.
94 said.
I love this guy so much. This
Talk
whole
about
shop
satire.
is just full of bullshit. Here for the wine? Keep it away from the child. We're not alcoholics. Don't have to be alcoholics to drink wine. Me, however, I'm slowly dying due to alcohol poisoning. What? Why are you gonna help this man? Help him how? I drink myself to sleep every night. What I would give to be married again. I was going to ask if he cures alcohol poisoning, but I think he has bigger issues. Let's just finish here and leave. Picking up the groceries? I understand it can be quite complicated. You see, this is where the bread is stored. Thanks. There's stuff on that shelf. I don't remember. You don't remember? I don't want to remember. Okay. So you're having a joy with the finer parts of life. That's a weird way to ask if I read books. Don't you talk back to me! I love this guy so much. Are you actually gonna buy from that shelf? Maybe. Just having a look. Nobody buys from it. Nobody should. Well, I'm definitely not going to. Is this guy okay? I don't know, rating a divorced alcoholic is pretty fun. I don't know. Want some milk with your eggs? We haven't bought any eggs. Well, you should buy both. They're nutritious and healthy. You'll regret this in 5 years when your bones start to collapse. It gets cold and dark, so buy a lantern. Heat and light in one convenient package. That's what everyone thinks, but soon they'll be trapped in the dark cold, the freezing cold, no way out. Right, well, if it'll get you to buy the lantern. I'm not buying the lantern. ask you, have you ever heard of this thing called the sun? Where are you going with this? The sun doesn't exist here. It just doesn't. Go outside. You see it? I don't. Just like I haven't seen my wife in 15 years. Forget about the wife part. Anyway, when it's cold, you need clothes. You know what you wear to keep your head warm? A hat. That's right. I'm selling them. Just give me your money. This guy really concerns me. Need some rugs for the cold? We don't live here, sorry. Hey, I'll get cold at some point. You sure you don't want some rugs? Pretty sure. Why is there nothing here? It's an art installation. The absence of an item is in itself an item. Truly philosophical or something. Please spend money. You ran out of things to put here, didn't you? Lady, you are really starting to drive me up the wall. I'm gonna need to drink twice as much tonight and it's all your fault. Oh. I love this guy. I love this guy so much. I don't think I've had more fun writing dialogue for a character than I have for this guy. I don't think there's anything like that in here. Oh no, there's some dialogue, but it's not like anything crazy. That reminds me, I don't think it actually looks at the stuff in, what do you call it, in Pot Magnus. Because Pot Magnus also has some pretty fun stuff in it. Oh yeah, there's also a cat. If you can manage to corner it, you can get it to meow. Like that. It's kind of awkward though. A shovel for all your grave digging needs? Probably strikes you as a gravedigger. You never know. If there's secrets that need burying. A toy for the child?
_SDS said, like you. Eddie
What do
Boy
you think,
94
Poppy?
said,
This isn't really the time.
it's still
We'll pass
snowing.
them. You want some rings? Not really. But what if I told you that they were energized rings? Okay. Now you've got my interest. So, during the playtesting session, or during the playtesting period, before I removed items that you could actually purchase from these, like, tables, these were actual rings that you could buy, and these were, like, endgame rings that you could buy here. They were way too powerful. They were way too strong. So, instead, when I got rid of the bottles, I replaced them with a ring of continence and a ring of nice dreams. And a ring of cold resistance and a ring of eternal screaming. What? Was it the ring of continence? Can I at least take the ring of cold resistance? Great choice! It makes you immune to the common cold. You know what? I think I'll pass. Legend has it this whip once killed a very powerful undead. Unfortunately, I don't know how to use a whip. You can put it on display in your house. I've made worse purchases. Once I'm done with my current assignment, I'll buy it. It's a deal. That is indeed a Castlevania reference. And also, if you actually go through that dialogue, it does set a flag in the game. Somewhere. It sets a flag somewhere in the game. There we go, whip. It sets the whip flag, and when you beat the game, there will be a whip in the house. That is real. That is some real shit. Okay, you can't expect anything else here. I think that's all the shops you can buy from though. So there's no more wacky like vendor dialogue after that. Although you can actually talk to every single sailor that like follows the captain around. And they tell some interesting stories about the captain if you just listen to them. What do they call this? Again, said that. Wait, what? I suppose that it was toxic. What, lead? Wait, wait, I forgot about it. Is he shipping lead? Wait, that's 7,000 moonfish. I think we're going to start moving this one now. I don't think the inn needs this much food. It's quite heavy. 5,545, 5,546, 5,547? I lost count.
Jordan_SDS
So
said,
exhausted.
Nah, it's just uranium.
You know that he threw a guy overboard? Just straight over the side of the ship. He said he was a traitor, but I never saw him do anything weird. I swear, the captain is a complete nutjob. Huh. How long do you think it'll be before we have to go? Hopefully I can sober up a bit. I'm telling you, 100 years from now we'll have all kinds of crazy weapons. Have you seen how fast our descending of energy has progressed?
It's Uranus.
If there isn't some kind of major breakthrough soon, I'll be surprised. I'm gonna be real with you. What's the point? We're out here, sailing around Terra, she's probably mad at us for all the destruction we've caused, and what? The world isn't gonna last forever. Once we're gone, nobody will remember us. We don't even know if we'll still be around in 500 years. Jeez. We're really not getting enough opportunities like this. Remember that time we got to visit Kazakhstan? To see the other places! They had such great food. What do they do with a drunken sailor? No, seriously, I don't know where he's gone. I think there's actually some dialogue in XII-R as well that you can't actually access because the guy that says it is, like, behind a wall. So let me just quickly go have a look at that. It's so cold up here. This place is way too cold. I'm only doing this because nobody else wanted to do it. Yeah, this guy in the back. This place might be cold, but the booze sure is good. What do you say? Oh, it's the same thing because you're not supposed to be able to read it. Yeah, that makes sense. Does this guy have dialogue? No, I never give this guy dialogue either. Okay. Alright, I'll stop the snowing. Hold on. Back to Aqua. Back to Aqua. Actually, no, I need to go back, actually. I just realised, because I haven't actually finished the,
I liked the snow, turn it back on.
That's great, I'm gonna go back. There you go. Oh, the snow's not back on. Oh, well now we're, like, daytime XII-R. Okay. Sunny XII-R. Positive weather XII-R. Yeah, so you interact with this, you get teleported to the mines. Well, seems like it worked. So this was actually an area that I made somewhat early, I think. Because I knew I wanted kind of like a puzzly mine section. So this whole area is built around obtaining items, using those items. Skeletons. Also mimics. It wasn't me. It's coming from the chest. Are you crazy? It's just a regular old chest. Uh-oh. I don't actually have any upgraded items, I just realized. I should have probably bought some stuff, but oh well. Yeah, this might be a problem. This whole area is really just here to kind of like teach you about elemental resistances though. That's kind of the main reason for this area's existence. Like there are places that you can learn about it beforehand, and there are, you probably should, but like this, like, pretty much everything in this area is weak to fire, which just so happens to be Jeremiah's starting skills, so it kinda, you're supposed to use fire here. Can I even kill it? Okay, I need to go get items, because I don't have items at the minute. By that I mean I'm just going to spawn them in. Spawning some crazy stuff. Fuck it, why not? Spawning some endgame stuff. Oh, this actually says the early name for the Kale as well. It used to be Kalen, before I changed it. Because I thought Kale just sounded a bit better. Is the only reason. 200 insults is the tank one, yeah. There we go. I don't have any miscs for him. Oh well. Charging. She probably shouldn't have that because she doesn't do damage. Chameleon Cloak is fine. Why did he equip the child's clothes? I don't know. That's probably enough. That should be enough stuff done. But yeah, that gives you the bomb, which you can blow with this. I think originally
Jordan
some people
_SDS said, I guess he just has a like for them.
didn't entirely figure out that that was there, so I made it a bit more obvious. And this one gives you a lever. I believe you can run away, actually. You shouldn't be able to run away because that was dead. Okay. You can just skip that fight by running, apparently. Interesting bug. Didn't know that was a thing. And then opening that breaks open these rocks, and also the final and hardest mimic fight. But also, one of my favourite encounters in the game. The aerobic skeletons. Rattle 'em, boys! Stretch those calves. This is a real encounter in the game. At the level that you would normally be doing this, also keep in mind that I have, like, way better, like, items than I should have at this point, so they're not going to be dealing that much damage, but if you do this at the point that it becomes available, this can be a pretty rough fight. Mostly because you can't damage the skeletons until the very end.
Moko13 said, do skeletons need exercise?
I guess so. I mean, they're doing their hot flexes. Now stretch. You can stretch further than that.
They need to work their muscles. Wait.
I believe the exact line is stretch those muscle bones. Is what they say. Are you even trying? Suplex. Suplex. Guys, that wasn't a stretch. You know what a stretch is? Well, I guess it's a flex more. I don't know why it's called Hot Flex. Why did I call it Hot Flex? Alright guys, let's start winding up the session. Wind up. Wind up. Wind up. One last time, stretch. Oh god, he's angry. Alright, that was good. Good session, guys. Spine crack. There we go. That will pretty commonly, at the level where you get to this area, that will often just kill Lazarus. Oh, sorry, they didn't see you there. Hope you didn't get your way. Do you want to join our aerobic sessions? You have a choice here. You can either say no, at which point they'll just say, oh, alright, well, see ya, and they'll just leave, and you'll get the XP for this fight. Or, you can say yes. First you must shed your fleshy human form. Allow us to help you with that. And I have to actually fight them. Yup. Luckily they're weak to terror, I think? So, why did he just use ultimate?
Jordan
Okay,
underscore
Lazarus.
SDS said, is there any extra reward for winning?
I guess you get the random loot, so you get a skull that you can sell, that's it. You get money, basically. You've got a chance at getting money, is what it is. There's no, like, fixed reward for it, though. There is no reason to say yes to that fight other than because you think it's the right thing to do.
3 skulls.
I guess so, yeah, but... Actually, is it fixed? Wait, hold on. That encounter might not be fixed, actually. Oh, no, it will be. Yeah. What? Wait. Skeleton key...
EddieBoy94 said, they should drop a skeleton workout tape.
You're so goddamn right. Skeleton aerobics, there it is. I don't know which skeleton it is though, is the problem. It might just be the normal skeleton. Yeah, it's probably just a normal skeleton, so you have a 50% chance of getting a skull per skeleton. Oh no, yeah, no, this is it, because you can see they've got like a fixed like turn order here. So these are the skeletons. I should have probably made these ones 100%, you're right, yeah. So that you're guaranteed to get the skull drop. But, oh well. How much is it worth? 66? No, it's not like a terror. Oh no, it's half of that, so it'll be like 35. 33. That's not 35. That's, I can't do math.
13 said, skeleton workout clothes. Too tight for anyone to actually wear. Jordan underscore SDS said, actually wait, it should give more than 3 skulls.
Should it give more than 3? This section is kind of the final boss of XII-R. That is true. It could give an extra skull. That'll be kind of funny.
Like, where did the 4th skull come from?
The gauntlets of Tenebris Dominus. Blah, 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 blah. The king is aware of this. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, dialogue here. So a lot of the dialogue when it comes to obtaining the actual like main quest armor pieces, is actually, it changes based on the order that you complete the main quest in. There is no way, there's no realistic way for you to actually see that in a normal playthrough though, because the other 2 areas are too high level at the start of the game. I don't know if it will be possible to get to this point without being a New Game Plus or cheating, like without doing Dune first. Oh, did the king not tell you? Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Moz, who is that? Moz Vexilli. Blah, 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 blah. Oh yeah, there's these, like, title cards when the bosses appear. Except this is a fake out! This is the actual boss! Haha, I get pranked. So the actual boss for this section is actually foreshadowed in one of those books back in the Royal Library. There's a reason these mines were abandoned. She's right about what? Shut up, the Harvest Mother. I believe Sophia's dialogue here changed at one point. I believe her dialogue here used to be about, she used to say something about how, like, it's like, her whole thing is she wants to be a hunter, she wants to prove herself as a hunter or something. Like, her dialogue here used to be about how she wants to kill the Harvest Mother to prove that she can whatever. Instead, I just changed it to, like, hey, let's just kill this thing. Although she is the first one to bring up killing it. I did keep that part. Bleh. It'll probably die, like, instantly, to be fair, because I'm crazy high level for this. Yeah. Jesus Christ. So that's something as well, actually. The way certain stats work is something that underwent a lot of change. I think I said this around the start of the stream as well, but a lot of the stats underwent pretty major reworks, and bleed damage and poison damage were two of those. I might still have the, like, graphs somewhere, but I used graphs to, like, work out exactly how much damage they would deal each, like, stat increment and level. Basically, bleed damage and poison damage increase based on your strength and energy power stats respectively, but also your level. So the higher the level, the more damage they deal, and also the higher the strength, the more bleed damage is, and the higher the energy power, the more poison damage is. Ugh. That's a lot. That's a lot of words. And defense also completely changed as well at one point, because I think defense used to just be like a flat reduction. So basically defense worked as like it would just subtract the defense of the thing you're attacking from the damage being dealt. I didn't like that, so I changed it to a percentage-based thing instead. So basically every point of defense is 1% of damage resistance, basically. But there are things that kind of alter that, because if that's the case, then something with 1 defense only has 1% damage resistance, so if something has 1 defense and it's like level 99, there's still nothing really stopping you from killing it. So I made it also take into account the difference in level. So if you are level 10 and the thing you're fighting is level 60, that's a 50 level difference, so the thing that you're fighting gets a 50% damage resistance increase. So basically it's a combination of defense and the level gap is how defense works. So that the actual level does factor in and does matter, rather than it just being like, oh, this thing is level 60, but I can just kill it anyway because I'm level 1 and I can just force it to miss all its attacks. And if I just wait long enough, eventually it'll die. Yeah! Have fun trying that when you do 1 damage. Red mist. But yeah, that is effectively the final boss of XII-R. Do you not want to be able to tell people you killed the legendary Harvest Mover that have been terrorizing XII-R for hundreds of years? See, she still has that kind of, like, I can prove myself attitude going on with the dialogue, it's just that it's a lot less direct. And then we have this. I am here to give you what you seek. Come, walk with me. This palace is intentionally unique. It's clearly abandoned, but if you actually like spend the time to look at it and pay attention to everything going on here, It's very specifically designed, and I want to talk about that. Also, this choice here doesn't change anything. But yeah, this palace is very specifically designed because obviously in Doom, you get to the Doom Palace and then you have to solve those lever puzzles, right, with the colour matching stuff. And then you get to Shivermore and you go to the Shivermore Palace and you walk in and you have this bit of dialogue and you get led directly to the armor piece. But if you actually, like, look around, this palace also appears to have puzzles that were already solved. Like, there's these hints, like, around the place that kind of hint at, like, what the puzzles would have been. But they've already been completed by the time you get here. And you can look at the pillars as well. You can even look at the pillars. They have, like, numbers on them. 1, 5, 2. These ones are all destroyed. And this is where, if you're, like, really paying attention and you've been absorbing all the lore that you can find throughout the game up to this point, you might think this area's weird. You might think something doesn't add up, literally. And you might be right. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then, oh well. But yeah, originally this palace was just kind of this sort of central area, and there were, like, this area over here was just kind of holed off. There was nothing over here. But I added this whole bit because I realised that it felt kind of empty and it didn't really feel like you were given, like, a proper reward for everything. So that's why over here there's this other hallway that doesn't actually go anywhere. You get 3 shards. That's your reward. And then all the Frozen Guardians come to life. Oh, you have to actually fight this first one. Okay. And as always, all the enemies in this area are weak to fire. That doesn't matter if you have energy, so. Cheat and skip past this. But yeah, this whole area is intentionally designed to be a set of puzzles that have already been solved. And that plaque does not have anything on it. But this plaque, this one that you cannot access, they may collapse or they may remain, but the end result will be the same. A mystery, to be sure. And that's supposed to be kind of like the final piece to these two. From 6 to 4 to 3. 4 may hold, but time spares none. They may collapse or they may remain, but the end result will be the same. And then we have the character. The Inimicus. So, depending on... I believe that his appearance is always based on the first piece of Dominus armor that you collect, and he doesn't appear until you collect the last piece, or the third piece, after this. Which means he has 3 different spawn positions, depending on which one you obtain first. And here, I guess that's somewhere. It's probably nothing, but I really feel so we should hurry up. What the? Oh, thank God, I've been trapped in this gauntlet for years. What? Oh no! Oh no.
So, game broken.
Game broken. Let me fix that real quick. Cross Palace. Because I know exactly what the problem is. It's because I renamed this song
Is
at
it
some
because
point.
you didn't grab the first armor piece?
No, it's because it's trying to play the wrong song. There we go. No. It's got of saying. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, thank comedy, I've been trapped in those gauntlets for years. There we go. What? How's the world? Is the war still going on? Sorry, who are you? Alright, I'm an Amicus. I was the original owner of this armor before it was cursed, or whatever. I think the dialogue is basically the same regardless. It's just the place that he appears in for the first time that's different. Obviously I'm let out now too, but that doesn't matter. How did you get out? No, I don't care. So you gathering the armor? I'm trying to. Okay, sounds good. We'll probably best to the armor to the Kale. And how would we do that? That's on you, big man. Where did he go? Back into the gauntlets. Ah, gee. I'll always be listening though. Always. We're going to send the armor to the Kale, are we? We're not going to collect it. Last point wants to do once we've got it all. That's that. So then you just leave Dominus Cape. But yeah, there we go. So you can see the normal description is one part of the complete armor set, but the unused cape specifically describes like Tenebris Dominus and calls him a Demon King, which I don't think lasted very long that he was a demon. So I think it kind of shifted in the direction of nobody knows what he actually was. He was just some entity that just happened to be able to control all the monsters. Right, so if I go to...
Just a bit of a dick.
Yeah. If I go to the Sylvan real quick, that is a lot of places you can walk to. So I believe there was actually supposed to be a cave here in an earlier version. Oh, you can walk up here. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's kind of silly. I didn't know you could walk up here. Okay. Yeah, you can climb up that vine and then walk around up here. That's interesting. You can't climb up that one. Good. Oh, wait, you might be able to climb up this one. No? Why can you climb up that? Okay. Interesting.
I don't know, but I like it.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing, but now I do.
Should have been some secret loot.
Yeah, there should have been an item up there. But yeah, there's this cave.
Can you climb any others?
That's what I'm wondering. I don't know if there's like any other vines like that that you might be able to climb up. I think I intentionally didn't use that vine on the ground level just because it can do that. But I guess I missed the spot, huh? Yeah, no, I think that vine is only used out of bounds, except for in that one area. Huh. And obviously to get like up and down these like ledges as well. Yeah, no, I think that is the only place that's possible, huh? Found a Clyster. Oh, that's something I can talk about as well, actually.
Moko 13 said, "There are no mistakes, only happy accidents."
The status items that you can gain access to, these ones. So Clyster, I believe a clyster is like a laxative, if I remember correctly. So that's something. But then if we go down here real quick, so these are the like vials that you can use. All of the names of these are based on real things. Tetrotoxin is based on, I believe, the toxin that like pufferfish have. I don't remember what that's called. It's like, I guess I can look it up. Hold on. Pufferfish toxin. What's that called? Tetrodotoxin, yeah. So it's called tetrotoxin, based on, like, pufferfish toxin, tetrodotoxin. Zalopon, this inflicts sleep. I believe this is based on a, like, sleeping aid of some kind? I don't know what those are called. I forgot what those are called. Sleeping aid? Drug? It's like some kind of drug. Sleeping pills. Something like that. Tranquilizer? It might be a tranquilizer. It's based on something like that. Trazodone? Zalip? I don't remember. Zolpidem is definitely not based on that.
Jordan_SDS said, Xanax is a tranquilizer.
It was probably a tranquilizer.
Which sounds like it begins with AZ.
Tranquilizer type. Tranquilizers. Sedatives. Sedatives, that's the word I was thinking of. Sedative. I don't know. List of sedatives? Sedatives? Yeah, Xanax. I don't know. It was definitely based on something like that. Oh, Zaloplon. That might be it. Zaloplon. That has to be it. That has to be it. There's no way it's not that. Yeah, that must be it. Also known as Sonata. Yeah. Antipene. I believe this is based on something called, like, atropine or something like that? Atropine eye drops? This is the thing that inflicts blindness, by the way. Eye drops. Common side effects include blah 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 blah. Abnormally large pupils, urinary retention. I don't know why the blindness one is eye drops. I think oh, there we go, blurred vision. I think that's it. Adverse reactions include blurred vision, that's probably why. Yeah, that'll be it. And then instrument is a completely made up word. It's obviously based on restraint, but this is the one that inflicts suppression. And then spectroplasma is obviously ectoplasm, but in Latin. Yeah. Instrument is the only one that I actually, like, fully made up though. All these other ones are based on, like, real things. Celopon is the only one that I forgot. Like, fully forgot. But yeah, there you go. That's what all those vials are based on. And then we have the Toll Ogre. I don't know why this orc is, like, sitting inside them. No pay, no passage. No human? No human. No human. think I'm still, like, probably don't have enough items to, like, do this properly, but whatever. And he doesn't have energy. Okay, great. Why does she have the staff? She should have the, what do you call it? The book. That's a mistake. Why did I do that? Oh, wait, hold on. This is Terra, right? So Terra's weak to call? I don't remember. Fuck it. I haven't touched anything related to this game in a while, like since I released it, so... I do not entirely remember everything, every little detail. I remember a lot of the broader strokes though, because a lot of the stuff that like I obsessed over for years. But yeah, the actual layout of the Sylvan was something that I did pretty early on. But the actually finalizing it, adding all the enemies in, all the items, like shuffling stuff around, redesigning it a bit, that was something that I did towards the end. Because like I said, a lot of the like endgame stuff was done as I was working on it. But the actual like original layout of the Sylvan has just kind of always been there. I don't think there's anything actually stopping you from like... Because in the... If you were to go back and download the original demos... You can't anymore, actually. But if you were to play the original demos for this game, Demo 1 and Demo 2, both of those demos, you are able to go into the Sylvan, but you can't climb down the vine. And what that means is in both of those demos, the early version of the Sylvan is actually there. You just can't access it. So in theory, if you were to do what I did earlier and like create a save in the middle of the Sylvan, and then backport that, just copy and paste that into the older versions, you could actually access the old Sylvan before anything was in there. I think the only thing that was really, like, somewhat finished at that point would have been this encounter, which is the Joseph encounter. Looking for the armor. You with mods like silly. And he's gonna get fucking nuked. Mega resaw. Not on my watch. I'll just put him to sleep. I've never seen this fighting style before. Oh, he's gonna wake up though to the Marbler. Oh well. Oh yeah. End it. In theory, you can do this fight without Jeremiah. Jeremiah ends the fight normally, but if you don't have Jeremiah, this dialogue is all completely different. Jeremiah. And then Sophia learns that her dad is dead. Good for you. There we go. Right, so... First of all, I just need to swap this around and put the book on. There we go. And we have this cave with the Dominus breastplate. I can feel the evil coming from this. I don't think you can normally see this dialogue, because this dialogue is different depending on if it's the last armor piece you collect, I think. Wait, this might actually be something that you don't normally see. The way it absorbs the light. Yeah, no time to stare though, it's on the last peak. That is different! So it's different dialogue depending on if you collect it first, second, or third. That's interesting. And then I need to go back to, Doom Palace again. Just to grab the last piece. Oh, actually, there's unique dialogue here, I think, if you collect this piece last, but also you have everyone in your party already. Or rather, if you just have everyone in your party already, like, when you complete this, when you do this fight, I'm pretty sure you get unique dialogue. Because for everybody that's in your party, the like, dialogue after this fight actually changes a little bit, so this is something that most people probably will never ever see. What even was that thing? That was the construct. So this is something that you never see, just normally in a normal playthrough, because you get Jeremiah after completing Doom. So you would have to intentionally play out of order to see this dialogue alone, where Jeremiah reveals that he created it. Before the boots were sealed in here, there's continuing to disgrace with offensive measure. Most of the finest blacksmith's construct holding your Thompson, powered entirely by energy. It remained inactive until it arrived here, at which point they powered it. I wasn't here for the activation, unfortunately. It looks like it didn't just decide to defend the temple, though. It seems like it felt a duty to all of Doom. Let's just get the boots. Once boots obtained. That's it, we have all the ammo, now what we're supposed to do with it. As much as I hate to agree with Inimicus, sealing it in the Kale may actually be the best solution. I don't know if this is different or not. I mean, Amy, no. During the war, blah blah blah. I can do that. Blah 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 blah. My friend, I am already dead. I'm a true fountain of knowledge, a spurting well of infinite wisdom from everything from beyond the Kale. In that case, can you tell us what's sealed in the tower on the Champion's land? Who knows? What? Yes? It might be if you obtain this second, then. Yeah, I think the dialogue that I'm thinking of is probably if you obtain the boots second, but you have everyone in your party already. Let's go, open that rift. So if you'll remember, earlier on, when you collect the first armor piece, Lazarus says that they need to go talk to the king, right? About what to do with the armor now that they've obtained all of it. You can follow through on that and just go talk to him. And I'm pretty sure his dialogue does change at this point. His dialogue also changes after you encounter Mos Vex for the first time, and you can ask him about Mos Vex. But I think at this point, it's... yeah, we have them all. Great news! Now that you have them, I have one final request. Send them to the Kale. Already working on it. Ah, Joseph, it's nice to see you again. I see I haven't been disposed of? Not yet. And that's that. And now we're coming up to Ezekiel. One of my favourite characters, because he makes no sense. This part's fun though, this is just kind of like a raid on a tower. But I don't need to like do most of it because it's not really relevant. But yeah, Ezekiel's right here, he's like just chilling behind this cage, you can barely see him. What's your name? Oh, greetings. This one's name is Ezekiel. Nice to meet you. What are you doing in here? Oh, these bars? The factories outside decided this one deserved to be locked up. 1 or 2 children would have been fine, they said, but not 57. Who are they to dictate how many children this one can or cannot eat? Huh? Sir, the young one with you, is she edible? Stay away from me. Most Vex have questionable motives, but they seem to have a moral code at least. Only when it suits them. What exactly were they doing here? Beats me. Probably shouldn't stand next to the salivating child murderer much longer. Can this one have her now? Keep your hands in the cage. What if this one tells you a story? You're still not getting her. This one shall tell you anywhere. There was a single world among many in a cosmic bubble. This bubble was called Omnia, otherwise known as the Kale. What? You think this one is lying, yes? Omnia is not the Kale. That goes against our understanding of the universe. That is what you believe. Expand your horizons. This one tells no lies. It could fit with Kale theory, but no, it still has holes. It doesn't work. Then all those ones tell you a tale of the future. A tale of destruction and woe. A tale that this one has already told you 1,053 times. This guy's crazy. At the turn of the second millennia, a great calamity will occur on an incomprehensible scale. That seems hardly relevant to us. It is not relevant to you, no. But it is relevant to them. This guy's really creeping me out. The great calamity has a name you may have already heard. This seems highly irrelevant. I agree. Let's go. You have returned for more of this one's tales? Absolutely not. The Maiden and the Martyr. Oh yeah, every single one of these statues you can interact with on each floor as well. And they will, like, tell a bit of a story along the way. A couple meet, bound by love. Maiden and the Martyr as they became known. Oh, this is like one of the only other Orb of Secrets in the game. The Martyr gave up all he had to fight for his land. In the end it was worth it, as the Martyr became known for his bravery. On that fateful day he slayed the Dark One and his name was sealed into history. And when the Martyr was gone, the Angels of Chaos wept. On the day of destiny, 5 shall gather with the relics of the fallen. However, the angels knew the day would come when the Dark One returned to the tower from which he came. Yeah. Also, okay, so this lever only works if you have all 3 armor pieces in your inventory and you have all 5 party members. This lever will not do anything in any other situation. Only if you meet all the requirements to progress at this point. You've come this far, but no further, no matter what you do, you stop here. Walk in, I suppose. And then it's her again, from earlier. This is one of the funniest bits in the whole game. So you swipe the habits of a rope, so you ran like screaming little pigs you are. Was it like you? Silence. No, you definitely ran away. I said, silence. We defeated it. Without your help, of course. I said, we've definitely been through worse. Have we? I don't know if anything was worse than that. I've definitely been through a lot worse. You and me both. Are we gonna say something? So what makes this so funny is that between the first fight and this fight, her stats have not changed. Which means even if you're playing this normally without, like, crazy, like, cheated stuff at this point, you still kill her in, like, 2 hits. That is intentional. And Novissima is absolute. She doesn't even get, like, a fancy death animation, it just fades away. They killed her! Is the Joe to stop that? So this is kind of like the actual final fight of this area, is this group of misfits. What you think is gonna be the final fight is actually not the final fight at all, it's just some random guys. I just thought that'd be funny. It's the truth of the matter. Oh. Oh, maybe I should have equipped more stuff. Oh well. Actually, to be fair, I don't think I'm under-leveled at this point. Because I'm still like level 6. I think you're supposed to be about level 60 by this point, actually, so I'm about the right level. The only thing that I've got that's like not normal at this point is the equipment. And you unlock that after you finish this fight anyway, so... Or you can gain access to it after you finish this fight. So this is actually gonna be a pretty normal fight. I should probably... do that, actually. I should probably lose, is what's gonna happen. Because I was not prepared for this to actually be like a proper, actual fight. Ugh. Oh, there's no autosave throughout this whole section either, I forgot about that. Oh well. Good thing you can use the camping kit. But yeah, you can just cheat. I'll just cheat and go behind. And here we go, floor 7. Floor 8.
Twix314 said. Classic cheater MO walking the walls.
You actually made it! I'm impressed. So this is KL Rift, huh? Smaller than I remember. Thought this thing was way bigger. So you're gonna open it, or? Oh yeah, that's why we're here, isn't it? Thanks for reminding me. Alright, this should do the trick. Yeah, look at that. I guess we can finally go back home, huh, Poppy? What? You haven't sold them yet, have you? This is not the time, Deus. Ah. I don't know what I was expecting. Am I? Hi, Deus, deceived you all into returning me to the Gale. Like I said, I would probably rewrite all of this ending if I was to do this again. Because a lot of this is pretty false. Also, that timer is not for sure. That is a real timer. I'm not letting another war start. He was right, I remember, blah, 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 blah. Understood. Oh, these statues don't say anything, huh? That's disappointing. This scene was actually one of the very first scenes that I added to the game. Let me have a look, actually. If I just quickly find this scene. Calum, cutscene. Yeah, map 6. This was the 6th map that I added to the game. And the actual, like, final dungeon is the 5th. Real shit. And the ending area was the 4th. I made the final boss before I made the final dungeon. The world map was the 3rd. The dev room was the 1st room that I made. What was the 2nd then? The menu was the 10th map. What was the 2nd map that I made? When we midden. Midden will be quite late. I don't know. Strange. Oh, it might have been George's house, where... That was 12. Or Lazarus's house, sorry. Mentally, I still call him George. That's the problem. What'd be Aleport? What'd be ending C? This breastplate room was pretty early, apparently. This was the 7th map that I made. What was the 3rd map? Music room. The music room was the 2nd map. Okay. Whoa, ignore all this shit. This is not for public consumption at the minute. Whoa. I wasted 3 minutes. Oh well. Especially I do an explanation. She's not a child anymore. She's a full woman. And then here we are. The Kale, the final dungeon. I don't think there's like anything to actually find in here. There might be like a chest somewhere. Maybe? I don't really know, to be honest. Oh, there's a chest here. charge zone. That's useful. That does actually help you in this final fight. What else is here? Like, okay, so typically the best way to get through this final area is to just ignore, like, as many enemies as possible and just kind of, like, force your way through. Because the way the final boss works is very quirky and strange. Let me have a look. Yeah, I don't think there's... Is it just that one chest? Yeah, well, I think it's just that one chest. Just that one charge stone. Just sitting off on its own. So the way the final boss works... That timer is not for sure. The thing about how Deus will be regaining his power the longer you wait is real. Every, I think it's minute and a half that passes, his level increases by 1. So you want to get here as fast as possible, and you want to get through the fight as fast as possible as well. Although you do have to deal with this big joker as well. Which, to be fair, this is not the easiest fight. Oh yeah, this is something that I implemented pretty early on as well. The enemies in this area, the music works differently depending on the type of enemy. So this is the physical, like, theme. This is what plays when you're fighting mostly physical enemies. God damn it. I get to hear more of it. And if you're fighting mostly energy enemies, this plays instead. Which is actually the tutorial theme, but faster. That's right, the background is the tutorial. The tutorial was in the Kale the whole time. Who would have known? Ooh.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, so this final fight has largely remained the same, but aspects of it have changed over time. One of the big things is that at this point, you are going to get one of 3 endings. And the ending you get depends on how this fight goes. If you completely fail, if you run out of time and then die to Deus, you get ending C, which is the worst ending. If you lose to Deus but you don't run out of time, you get the choice to equip the Tenebris Dominus armor, and doing so will lock you into ending B. It doesn't matter what happens after that point, you are going to get ending B. And then ending A is only obtainable if you beat Deus without choosing to equip the armor. Those are the requirements for actually getting each ending. And for post-game content, all 3 endings are valid, except for one thing, which specifically requires you to get ending A. I'm not going to say much more than that. There are some things in here that are hidden pretty well and require you to meet some pretty crazy requirements. Let me just say that. But yeah, the first phase of Deus isn't hard, I don't think. I should have equipped the charge stone on someone, now that I think about it.
EddieBoy94 said, "They can't be that crazy."
Well, you need to beat the game a couple times to gain access to it. And under very specific requirements, so... And then you still need to activate the secret itself, the big secret, the big cheese. Wait. Why is it reviving Joseph and not... Oh, because it's the position of stuff is weird. That's why. I am under-equipped for this, I'm just gonna say that. It would actually be easier at this point if I just use the Arcane Champions. Because I can just cheat. I can just cheat with it. As long as Poppy doesn't die, Amor doesn't die, we'll heal. There we go. That should be fine. Oh yeah, whoops. Second phase. So this is where the leveling mechanic comes in. So as you can see, right now it's level 67. That will constantly increase. That will be increasing for the rest of the fight, is how that works. But easier again if I just get us to cheat. It'll be the easiest thing to do. Just keep doing it, sure. Just keep doing that because I need to. What I want to do is I want to get to the final thing. Regroup? Is it regroup? Battle plan. Regroup is the first one. Because that just means it'll be possible to deal big damage. Deal big damage. Deal big damage. Because I am not equipped for this at all right now is kind of the problem. I really should have just like cheated into more stuff, but I just didn't. So what I want to do is I want to get Genocide. That's what I want to get.
The fucking like pork face in the middle.
The thing is, like, when Poppy turns into Amor at this point, she is genuinely cracked. Like, actually fucking cracked. Like, if you give her fucking Catalysis, like, this alone can really just save you when you need it in this fight if you're actually, like, playing properly. And you're not just cheating. Unfortunately, I am cheating, so... I don't even know if I'm dealing enough damage.
As per usual.
E1, yeah.
Twix314 said, I've never seen Mo not cheat.
Yeah. I have never... It's never been proven that I've cheated. Okay? People say I cheated in Minecraft, but I have yet to see the evidence. Where's the proof?
EddieBoy94 said, even people we run into in casual can tell you're a cheater.
Where's the proof, Honcho? There we go, battle plan. Do that. And then...
The proof is in the pudding.
Champions.
And I'm fucking hungry.
Then get food? God fucking damn it.
Jordan_SDS said, fat bugger.
Actually, I'm pretty sure I can do like
EddieBoy94
Fatal
said,
Wound and then
I
Battle
haven't
Plan.
eaten yet, I've been watching the stream.
Well, you can get food and then watch the stream. Nothing's stopping you from doing both.
That's not how this works.
Okay, so now he should be able to use Battle Plan, right? Great, thank you. Genocide, thank you. I love genocide. For legal reasons, I do not love genocide. Just throwing that out there.
But you do love the genocide route.
Oh yeah, I love the genocide route. This is gonna take a while because I do not have the stats for this.
And killing Toriel.
Okay, but that one's
no
just real.
reason.
That one's just real though. She knows what she did. Is he poisoned already? Oh, I'll redo it. Nice. Nice. Nice.
She literally holds your hand through one of the puzzles, and you repay her by plunging a sharp stick through the back of her neck.
Yeah. He's low-key kind of annoying, I don't know. Like, let me solve the puzzle, I don't fucking care.
She was worried about you. Double frowny face.
Well, I'm not worried about her, so... She's not real. Oh, she really used transfusion, actually. Whoops.
Clearly not, you fucking curb stomped her.
Look, that was like... That happened like 10 years ago now. Come on. We all made mistakes when we were younger. Like killing a goat.
They say time heals all wounds, but not this one. It's still fresh.
What level is he? 73. His level's gone up a bit. Not a whole lot, but a bit. Enough to be annoying. Fatal wound, sure.
Is very green, I like his design. Smiley face.
Well, that's great. He hits you.
Furious smiley.
Uh, 80 plus... That's more than enough. I can do Mortal Blow. I should not do Suppressing Fire though. That is a bad idea. Never do Suppressing Fire. I'm just warning you now, do not do Suppressing Fire in this fight. It's a bad idea. You can do Fatal Wound and then Battle Plan.
Deus may hate me, but Toriel still loves you despite you bludgeoning her to death. I hope that knowledge makes you feel bad.
No, it makes me feel great. It makes me feel great, actually. You just made my day. Sorry? Am I gonna have enough? No. Ugh.
You took her credit card and maxed it out, and she still asks if you need money for lunch. You should be ashamed of yourself.
No, I feel fantastic. I don't know what you're talking about. You seem trusting. Genocide. Genocide. I promise you, this fight would not be this rough if I actually had equipment. It wasn't, like, doing bullshit.
And didn't just cheat your way through the game.
Yeah. But you know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Cheaters never win, you know.
But I disagree. Look at me, I'm about to win. I'm committing genocide right now.
Twix314 said. So you admit to cheating?
No, 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 no. I'm not a cheater. Actually, do I have a... Oh, I don't have one of those. Oh, that's a shame. That would probably
Eddie
be quite
Boy
useful.
94 said, Captain Lou Albano always told me to play games fair. And that'll go to hell before I die.
A bang. Can I actually just spawn it? Hold on, potions. Oh, focus crystal. I can just give myself focus crystals. Okay.
It's like a cheat engine trainer menu.
Yeah. How do you know what that looks like?
Ooh, you, 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 you.
What are you trying to say?
I'm just assuming.
Yeah, you're just assuming. Yeah. Oh my god, wait, she's been building patience this whole time. Oh my fucking god. She might be the hero that I need. Wait. Be my hero. As long as she doesn't die, I think this might be fine.
My champion.
My champion. Hold on, watch this. Focus crystal. Focus crystal. Then... This is gonna be so sick. Hold to arms. Again.
I'm never calling my boyfriend my champion if that's psychotic.
As long as she doesn't die, she's not dead. Okay. Okay, now she needs to not die again. My champion. This should be it. 1350%? She's gonna do crazy shit. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. She got 2 suns on that. She doesn't have enough for Terror Cloak.
Our
What?
champion.
Okay, new plan. She needs to defend. That sucks. I don't know how much you're gonna be able to do it because you won't have enough energy. That's kind of a problem. Okay, new plan. Everyone is going to use the Arc of Champions this time. Right, hold on.
My champion.
Hold to arms. Okay, now everyone's going to use it again, so that hopefully someone uses it before she does. Ah, but that's a problem. No, wait, that doesn't work. I need them to use it after she does, that's what I need. And now she's dead. Okay. Oh, yeah, battle plan. Okay, new plan. Encouragement. Spam the arc. Yes. Oh, I could have done that. That would have solved the problem. Oh yeah, I forgot he can do that. Oh no, that would resolve my problem. Okay, wait, hold on. He doesn't have enough though, does he? Shit. He was after. I don't have any potions. Great, do that. Oh wait, do this. Oh no, but it's only on yourself. Shit. I can't do what I want to do. Fuck. Ah, I should have planned ahead and actually equipped stuff. Fuck. This is my fault.
You pulling up the menu to full heal is like pulling out your phone in GTA for in the middle of a firefight to activate the health and armor cheat.
Wait, I've got this. Wait, no, it worked. No, this works. Hold on. I've got this. Don't worry, I've got this. He's dead, that's fine. Terror Cloak is active, that's fine. Full heal. Full heal again, why not? Okay, right.
If this doesn't work, I'm gonna laugh.
If it misses now, that would be so sad. After all the setup that I've done, that would be so fucking sad. Patience! 50% damage bonus! This should work. Look,
I'm gonna
guaranteed.
gain from ear to
Easy.
ear.
I swear to God if that doesn't work. Okay, she's alive. Patience, here we go. 9,000 damage. I told you that was it.
Christ alive.
Just gotta believe in the patience. Just gotta believe in the Terror Cloak patience. Terror Cloak is crazy, especially when you combine it with patience.
And constant full heals.
And you cheat, yeah. And if you cheat, that also helps a lot. So look at that, and then after you beat the game, you get all these cool items. And you get 5 days coins, look at that. So this ending sequence was largely
Holy shit.
already made and already written years ago. A lot of the stuff in this ending is pretty much the same, but there is one difference. Remember, Lance used to be playable. So, Lance used to exist in this ending. He would have been over here on the left. There would have been 6 characters, and Lance would have been over here on the left. That's why the left side is empty. It's waiting for Lance, the man that never existed. Also, this ending, I believe this looks different to the actual... Does this actually look different to how the actual exterior looks? Oh no, that's how it looks. But I'm pretty sure this was based on an earlier version
Like
of
how
the
Arthur's
ending.
ending in RDR2
Oh yeah, no.
was one of the first things they recorded when doing the mocap. Smiley
Yeah, no,
face.
you can tell this is an earlier version because these rocks aren't on the mountain. It's slightly different, very slightly different. And there we are. There's the ending. But that's not where it really ends, is it? Did you think it would really end there? I could end the stream there. I've covered, like, a lot of stuff that's important.
Twix314 said. Yer.
Yeah. See the whip! I told you, the whip appears if you talk to him about the whip.
EddieBoy94 said. Holy shit.
It's an old song we played back before the war. Paxton Kale.
That's crazy FR.
Paxton Kale, there it is, Paxton Kale.
EddieBoy94 said.
This is an old song we used to play back before the war. So what's ironic? It's not really where it ends. Come on, come on. You think it would have a satisfying ending where you beat the final boss and then the game's over? Come on.
Twix314 said. Now this is the end. EddieBoy94 said. Cue the end of movie dance party. Twix314 said. Look at the credits.
Look at the credits, yeah, look at the credits. Look at all these people who made things that I stole. I didn't steal them. They are free use. They're free use? My god.
EddieBoy94 said.
Actually, to be fair, some of this isn't free use. Some of this I did pay for. The music, I mostly paid for the music. It's not free use.
So you paid for escorts?
I paid for escorts, yes. I paid for the
like Boogie.
The Greenbridge escort. Look at all these people! Look at all these other people! That's just two.
Twix314 said. Eddie not mentioned. Common Eddie L.
To be fair, these credits were written in like 2023 or like 2022. These credits were written a long time ago.
EddieBoy94 said. I never met Mo when these were written.
To be fair, the game was only released last year. I could have added you to it. I chose not to. Ending A, Lapsus Deorum. Total completion time. 3 hours, 37 minutes, 28 seconds. And there you go, that's what I was talking about earlier on. When you beat the game, it shows all the characters that are in your party, it shows some of the stuff that you did. I think this is the bare minimum, actually. I'm pretty sure this is the minimum amount of stuff that you can have. These are basically all guaranteed to be here. What's the ghost?
Yeah, it's almost like you didn't do a lot of the stuff in the game.
What's the trigger for the ghost? Oh, I could But there we go, new game. Let's start again. Skip prologue, and then, this time... it skipped the New Game Plus setup. That's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. I think I might have broken something. Anyway. There is something that I do want to quickly have a look at, though. Which is, if I use the Arc Champions very quick.
Oh, there's no New Game Plus setup. That's interesting.
There should have been. I don't know why they didn't show up. I think that was just because I beat the game in a weird way. I want to go to...
Weird.
Aqua. I want to go to Aqua. So I can talk to the captain. Except before I talk to the captain, I need to go here. And I need to make sure it thinks I'm in New Game Plus. That should work. There we go. So this is the main big feature of New Game Plus. instead of choosing your destination...
Twix314 said. What?
You now control the boat. You are the boat. And there's some stuff you can fight. I mean, obviously you can go wherever you want.
EddieBoy94 said.
But
holy shit, how did he turn into a boat?
there's something important, because the path here keeps going down. Keeps going down. Keeps going down. Keeps going down and around.
Up and down and all around.
And here we are. Challenger's Castle. Now, I'm not going to tell you what any of this means. I'm not even going to tell you anything about this. I'm just going to tell you that this area was decided pretty early on. And good luck if you decide to...
Holy shit, is this like the pit of 100 trials from Paper Mario?
No, it's a puzzle that you need to solve. A pretty convoluted and complicated puzzle. So that's that. I will say that you can
It can't be that
read these
complicated.
books. I'm sure this is where the relic is kept. Well, have fun, try and figure it out. There it is. Now you know. New Game Plus. You can access the island. You can go to the castle.
It can't be that hard.
You can try and solve this puzzle. This puzzle has not been playtested, by the way, but I'm pretty sure with some big brain fucking genius planning, you can figure it out. If you really, really rack your brain, you can probably figure this out.
I could probably figure it out in like 13 minutes.
I'm sure you, you know what? Do you want to try? Do you want to try and figure it out in 13 minutes? We've got 13 minutes. If I was you, I would take notes.
Fucking
That's
try
all
me.
I'm saying. Okay. This is all the information you're gonna get, so write it down. There are many gods. The first is Terra, the god of nature. Her purpose is to create and protect the world and its wildlife around us. Next is Via, the god of man. He looks after us and created us, giving us life. After Via came Deus, the god of war. He gave us purpose and something to fight for. Then we had Pax, the god of peace. Pax was the third piece of the Triangle of Man. Some time ago, both Via and Pax were killed. This knowledge was bestowed upon me by the fifth god, Aretisia. He is the one who grants us the power of knowledge, however he can also take it away. A lot has been lost to time, and only he knows all. Finally, Amor. Sometime after Via and Pax were killed, Amor was created. She served to replace our missing gods. Those are the 6. 2 have fallen, but I know they all will. Aretisia has blessed me with the future. Our existence is condemned. That is your first hint. Do you want to keep going? Okay. Aretisia granted a glimpse beyond the veil, so to speak. The pillars are ordered into 2 groups, 10 and 11. Why 10 and 11? I was not told, but Omnia is group 0. I was also told that groups 10 and 11 are sometimes referred to as West and East. Something to do with the relative location of their sectors in the Kale, I believe. You are not figuring this shit out. You are not figuring this shit out. I'm telling you now, you are not figuring this shit out.
Fucking try me.
Okay. If it feels like you don't see the whole picture, you're correct. The world is more complex than it seems. In some ways, Aretisia has blessed me. In others, I am cursed. To gain a new perspective and become more knowledgeable without becoming overburdened, it might be worth taking a closer look at the world you think you know. Terra is truly unusual in her form and function.
Shit.
I'm sure this is where the relic is kept. There's no reason for the security system here to be as advanced as it is, or to even be functioning
I already solved it just
for almost
waiting for
1300
EDTBH.
years. Not only that, it fits what few records are still around. I have no doubt the Ark is here. And that's not a hint, I don't think. I think that's just telling you what the reward is for this. But that's not even the reward that you get for doing this. That's the reward that you get for doing everything related to this. So you can just ignore that. You can ignore the abandoned journal. I'm just gonna let you know that that's not all the hints, alright? There's a small inscription on the base of the pillar. It's unreadable.
EddieBoy94 said, "Got him it."
Good luck! Figure out the puzzle, good luck! Oh yeah, there's also these levers. That's the only other thing here. You can fuck around with these levers. They correspond with the pillars. See?
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
So, what's your final answer? Using all the information provided, what is your final answer? You said you could do it in 13 minutes. Your time starts now.
Twix314 said, "The Asner is 42 off." EddieBoy94 said, "The answer is so obvious."
What I'm saying, the answer's obvious.
So obvious I'm not gonna say it for another you. 3 days.
3 days? I'll hold you to that. I expect an answer in 3 days stat.
Twix314 said, "Yeah, it's so obvious I will not even entertain you."
I will say, because this one is near the levers, this one is relevant. If it feels like you don't see the whole picture, you're correct. The world is more complex than it seems. In some ways, Aretisia has blessed me, in others, I am cursed. To gain a new perspective and become more knowledgeable without becoming overburdened, it might be worth taking a closer look at the world you think you know. Terra is truly unusual in her form and function. That is very relevant. Incredibly relevant. As to what it means, I will not tell you.
EddieBoy94 said, "Do you have to go back to the hub map?"
Your lines. I'm just saying, maybe you've seen that particular orientation of things before in other places around the world. That's all I'm saying. Maybe you've seen them multiple times in this stream, even.
Fuck.
TikTok, it's been 3 minutes already, you've only got 10 minutes left. We can go anywhere you want. We can go literally anywhere. We can teleport anywhere. But you need to know where to go. You need to know what you're looking for.
God fucking damn it.
TikTok, 9 minutes.
Don't rush me.
Oh, I'm not gonna rush you. I'm not gonna rush you at all. Why does the clock need an update? Look. That is not what I want.
Who the fuck needs to download a balance patch for their clock?
Yeah, I mean, who would need that, right? Who on earth would need that? Who on earth would need that? Let me just tell you.
God fucking damn it.
In the meantime, while you think about that and mull over that, I'm going to very quickly show something else that I didn't actually show off in the stream up until now. So for that, I'm just going to grab myself a full party. So it's Poppy, Sophia. Actually, I can do New Gun plus game set. That'll be easier. Like that. There we go. Because I believe that sets everything up perfectly as well. Step into that's full heal. Give all armors. Hmm. You know, one of those. Ugh.
Gotta give me a hint. What do you mean? We've seen the formation several times already.
You've seen that formation of, like, levers and pillars multiple times. That's all I'm saying. You probably weren't paying attention, though.
I didn't think it would be on the test.
Well, that's the mistake he made. I'm just saying. And then what do I need? It's probably enough Blackstone there. I'm gonna equip him with the What's within? Yeah, and charge rings. Any more charge rings? There we go, like that. Because there is one thing that I forgot to do in the last playthrough that I should have done, that I think is pretty important to talk about, because it's one of my favourite parts of the game. I briefly talked about it earlier on, but it's not something that I like actually finished like talking about. Where is it? Interiors? It's not here. There we go. 4 minutes. When you get... grab that. Yeah, when you get Jeremiah, you can come through here. Which unlocks all this stuff. A whole new area to explore. But what we care about is this. There's a strange key on the floor. Cursed key, ooh!
XII-R said. Deus coin.
I don't think you can Deus coin your way through every problem in life. I'm just saying.
EddieBoy94 said. Gotten it, it can't have been that puzzle with the levers right.
Puzzle the levers?
XII-R said. Deus coin made my ED go away.
The Maledictus. There we go. I am really happy with how this fight came out. This is probably one of the coolest conceptual fights in the game, just because of how it plays out. And it probably won't last that long because, oh wait, no, they scale with your level. Oh shit. No, this might be rough actually then, huh?
Deus coin would make this fine.
Yes? You know what, maybe you're right. Hold on, where? I don't have Deus coins? Why don't I have Deus coins? Where'd they go? But yeah, the main concept is that each of these three goobers does a different thing. They're like a different class. And each turn it will cycle between which one of them is currently active. The one that's active will gain huge resistances, and also I think a damage boost, if I remember correctly. And also the background changes each time as well to indicate which one is currently active. It's a cool fight. I like this fight a lot. It's also one of the hardest fights in the game, like, unironically.
EddieBoy94 said. Like the
See, the
metal
trick is
overlord
you
fight in
suppress the
Sonic
broken,
Heroes.
if I remember
Smiley
correctly,
face.
because the broken is a bitch. Except that it's going to be the broken's turn next turn, so that's not gonna matter. But yeah. It's a fun fight. Like, this one fight alone, I think when I was doing some playtests, like, around the end of last year, this one fight alone took like 20 or 30 minutes. It is crazy long, and also pretty hard. So, it's a little hard. I'm not gonna sit here and do it. Especially because time's running out. Time's running out. TikTok, time's running out. The clock's running out.
God fucking damn it.
What's your fucking answer? 3, 2, 1. Ding, ding, ding. What is that sound? That is not what I thought that would sound
Chesamonster
like.
said, "You suck and have 0 coins in your purse. I can't watch poor gameplay."
Look, alright, I'll get some coins, hold on. Wait, I don't think I actually have anything that no, one of these things gives Deus coins. I don't know which one it is. Is it this one? There we go, 5 days, there we go. I'm loaded on coins.
EddieBoy94 said, "I wasn't taking notes, I didn't think it would be on the final exam. Give me like for days."
Whatever you say. I mean, I can give you a hint if you want. There is a very simple hint that I can give you. It's not this one.
Yar.
You still won't get it. I'm guaranteeing you still won't get it. There's your hint.
What the fuck do you mean?
That was your hint. I hope you enjoyed your hint.
Oh man, I see so much clearer now.
It's pretty simple. If you know what you're doing, it's pretty simple. This is
Oh,
broken.
of course it is.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. What's the problem? What's the problem, big man? See, it's because you're large. That's not the right place.
Oh, I'm not having a problem at all. I'm cool as a cucumber.
Okay, whatever you say. All I'm going to say is this room may be a hint as well. Something in here may potentially hint at what's to do. Potentially, but not guaranteed at all. In fact, there's a very good chance that nothing in here actually hints at what you're supposed to be doing for this stage of the puzzle. And I'm just fucking with you.
You have to be fucking kidding me.
I have to be kidding you? I am kidding you. I'm joking. I'm joking so hard right now. I've ridden circles around you.
Oh, I get it because I play heavy har.
Yeah. If you still don't get it, I'm gonna just move on because you're never gonna get it. That's all I'm saying. If you still didn't get it after that, then you absolutely will not get it. If you didn't even have a clue after what you just saw, then you are never getting it. Simple as that.
Look, give me 2 days.
I mean, okay. Whatever you say. I don't think you're gonna get it, but...
Twix314 said, "Is this loss?"
All I'm saying is...
Jordan_SDS said, "Is that how long it
You're
takes you to
looking
run the
for
100-meter sprint, Eddie?"
2 columns of 3 levers That's all I'm looking. That's all I'm saying. It's not that complicated.
Eddie Boy 94 said, "You don't understand how hard my brain is working right now."
Well, I've even given you all the hints you need that the only thing you need to do for this stage of the puzzle is this bit of dialogue. This is all you need to focus on. This bit of
Monster
dialogue.
said,
That's it.
"It clearly doesn't. Use Deus."
Anyway, I think I've covered about everything that I really wanted to cover here in terms of, like, stuff that changed over development, stuff that was annoying or whatever. There's probably a ton of other stuff that I've forgotten over the years, but I think that's kind of the gist of it, so I'm probably gonna end the stream here. If I did forget something, then there might be room for a second stream at some point. But that should cover just about everything. It's been about 5.5 hours. That is long. That's a long, long, long time. Long time. I'm gonna eat food. I'm gonna eat bread. I love bread.
Jordan_SDS said, "Just
Thank you
stream
for-
your own playthrough.
Thank you for joining me. And
Proof game is possible."
I
Eddie
will.
Boy 94 said, "Good stream. Sadistic streamer."
I will be gone. I'll be gone into the wind to eat bread. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you very much for joining me. And goodbye.
Twix314 said, "I enjoyed my stay in Besselov." Eddie Boy 94 said, "I didn't.